Essentially South Africa, and a perfect example of this.
Good morning, everyone.
The city of New York is, of course, the NYPD, and who's running it? Because back during the Black Lives Matter riots, we had Bill de Blasio in
Forgot
charge,
to check
and in
Discord right
response to
quick.
an incident that happened in Minneapolis that should have in no way, shape, or form impacted what we did in terms of policy in the city of New York, de Blasio cut money from the police, and we saw a 47% increase in homicides in the city of New York year over year. And this problem did not start to turn around until we had Commissioner Tisch actually be put in place. By the way, essentially forced on Eric Adams because his previous commissioner, he had a twin brother that was selling police protection to nightclub owners. Again, another corruption story related to Eric Adams. But Tisch did such a good job that even the Democratic Socialist Mamdani was essentially forced during the course of the campaign.
Sorry, I'm late. I got up late.
In order to hold things together. And by the way, in terms of law enforcement, for the most part, even in the beginning stages of the Mamdani administration, things have held. Things have been good. But the thing is, not every Adams official that is appointed to head up a law enforcement agency has the same stellar record as Tisch. We actually have a position that is not elected like it is in other jurisdictions. The NYPD sheriff, or the New York City sheriff. I forgot what it's technically called, so I apologize.
It's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Although it would be elected in a places in this nation, in the city of New York is actually appointed.
But nobody cares about that.
The previous person in that position actually had a scandal where he was accused, so he had allegations.
False allegations and not facts.
As the super mayor would call him, of him pocketing money during a bunch of raids on.
Buddy's right over here. You just looked at me because I said his name.
Trigger, fire that individual,
and
appoint a successor. And the successor
I think Shoujo's off being crazy. She was crazy a couple minutes ago.
He filed a ridiculous lawsuit back in 2015 alleging evil white racism.
She's not in her basket.
Course,
I don't know where she's at. She's,
oh,
you know what? I betcha my bathroom window faces east. She likes to sit in that window in the morning.
This spells disaster for the of the city of New York, and this is what we're going to talk about. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay? I live
very likely I would
in an old Victorian house.
Every now and then you get a good argument as to why
basically
is probably the better answer.
There's 2 apartments on the bottom floor, 2 apartments on the top floor.
White cop, and racism was
I live in one of the apartments on the top floor.
What I saw was the embedded, lasting, systemic racism in the form of pressure for arrest and summonses. Critical race theory not only starts with that, but it explains where implicit bias comes from.
So look, I'm not going to pretend that the previous sheriff that was in this position was this great guy, was this great candidate. He has his own allegations. He has his own scandals. We can talk about that another time. And obviously, a replacement needed to come into effect at some point in time. However, Mamdani's choice is the worst of the worst. This guy is an absolute...
You got to come all the way in.
And remember, we already have a system where it's incredibly difficult to evict a terrible tenant. And this is the guy that's going to be in charge of evicting tenants, and what he did.
One of my mods is
should have got him fired
blocked by the anti-cheat
because that left-wing ideology actually led to people getting hurt. They could have been killed.
Which I don't understand why it has anti-cheat on it. It fucking has a creative mode.
Actually enforcing the law, and the number one thing that I'm going to highlight is in this New York Post article where this guy, when he was a regular, ordinary NYPD officer, decided that he was not going to arrest an individual for domestic violence because that individual was black, and therefore he was not responsible.
I think I might be close to the blood moon. No, I think, I think I'm close to the blood moon on this game. Oh, hey, buddy. Yo, buddy. Buddy boy!
As the super mayor would call them, this was actually something that prompted an internal probe at the NYPD where Edwin Raymond was found guilty. Let me give you a little bit of the information on that. So in 2017, the NYPD launched an internal probe against Raymond for giving a domestic violence suspect a slide for being black. The investigation resulted in Raymond being found guilty of failing to make arrests, improper supervision, and failing to maintain activity laws, for which he was penalized 20 vacation days according to disciplinary records, posted by 50-a.org. So yeah, less than a decade ago, this man, when he was serving as an NYPD officer, was found guilty of an internal investigation where they determined that this guy was deliberately not arresting violent black individuals, even in domestic violence situations, based on the color of their skin, because again, he put racial solidarity above the safety of these
This is why his name is Buddy.
We often hear about how these disciplinary cases are overwhelmingly rigged in favor of the officer because, like all public sector unions, that they negotiate their own due process in city contracts. But this guy was still found guilty even in that system that heavily favored him, because that's how many times he was deliberately going out of his way to ensure that black criminals
remove the
remained
avatar
on the streets. So Mamdani looks at this guy who abused his
hang on.
authority for racial reasons and says, you know what? You deserve
He's
a
in the
promotion.
little
You deserve to
camera
be in charge
box
of an
down here
entire department
in the lower
under
corner.
purview in the city of New York.
See the
And
big
again,
orange cat
I
in my
will
lap?
remind everybody out there
Oh,
in the audience, this
that's-
is why keeping Commissioner
sorry about
Tisch
that.
in her position
Let me move
at
this.
NYPD is so crucial.
You're kind of behind
for
the
safety of the city of New York, because
tree a
when
little.
Mamdani
There.
gets to choose, he chooses race communists. And I also
Let
want
me
to
get
point
him
out
back to where
that
he
this is the
belongs.
same guy who ended up
Alright.
suing the
There you go.
NYPD,
That's Buddy.
claiming that
This
there
is
were
why I
these
call him
illegal
Buddy.
racial quotas
This is where he
applied to
either
white
sits
racism
here
in
or
the
right
police
here.
department back in 2015, and
But
that
it's
particular
every day.
lawsuit went
He-
nowhere.
he-
It
he'll
was found to be
take a nap in
invalid.
another room
And this is
sometimes,
despite
or he'll
the
go
fact
in
that,
the tower.
again, that system is
But
also rigged in
you can see
favor
the tower
of the
behind
people
me
who are
here.
suing, because we basically have it as a matter of policy that you have to settle these cases.
But yeah, he's
unless they're
pretty much
absolutely
always by me.
ridiculous
He's my
and
buddy.
frivolous, because it's cheaper to settle them than to actually
Shoujo's
fight
more
them
like
out in court.
a
So he
lone
lost
wolf.
something that was heavily advantaged towards him. Two different
if I crinkle
times
the
in
Dorito
system,
bag?
they were both racially based, because this guy is a race scammer. He's
There
essentially
she is.
Jussie Smollett of police officers.
Come here.
And Mamdani gave him a promotion. And I will remind you that the sheriff's department is who you go to when you need evictions. And in the city of New York, as we documented multiple different times, it already takes bare minimum
She's laying on the
2
other
years
chair
in order
now.
to get an eviction. Well, now you have a
But
guy
I
who
knew I'd
says that
attract her by
black
crinkling the
criminals are
bag.
above the law. Black criminals are above the wage. And this is the guy that, again, you're going to have to call after you get through that 2+ year long process for an eviction in order to make a move. And let's be real, this guy is not going to do it. He's already refused to do his job when it comes to violent criminals. So if you think he's going to get tenants out of your place,
All right,
you're
come on,
crazy.
buddy. I gotta
You're
play.
mad. And by the way, recently there was a story of somebody who had their rent subsidized by the city of New York. So they were paying absolutely nothing, and they ended up causing about $30,000 to $40,000 worth of damage in an apartment. And of course, the owner of the building spent years in court trying to get this guy out, which ended up totaling, in terms of costs, about
No, those
$80,000
that red was
because
the
city of
tracking.
New York was not only subsidizing this guy's rent,
Hang on, I
they
can
were
show you
also
again.
subsidizing
That-
this guy's defense. And of
my
course, the
glasses aren't
apartment's
red.
absolutely ruined. Now the cost of
That's
damages
tracking.
have
If I
estimated
come
to be
over
around
here, where's the
50K.
tracking?
So in order
There.
to get through under the
If I
normal
turn the
process
tracking off,
for this guy, as a property
it
owner,
should.
you could be out over
Oh no,
$100,000.
it's still on
And now
there.
this guy is the guy that you have to go to in order to defend your property rights.
Yeah, but
Somebody
those
who
dots,
believes,
see,
and
there's
has
the green
stated
ones on my
multiple
hand.
times, that
Those are for
policing is
tracking.
like
The
slave
green ones are my
patrols,
hand, the red
because
ones
in
are
his
for my
opinion,
face.
The fact that black people commit more crime means that we're being racist towards them, not that black people are murdering at extraordinarily higher rates, as proven by the numbers. Let me read you the quote from him so you can understand where this guy is coming from. On his 2023 book,
I missed.
entitled An Inconvenient Cop, Raymond
No,
doubled
I
down
didn't.
on saying that today's
Holy
police
crap.
force is the kin of slave patrols of the 19th century and the black codes of the Jim Crow South. Quote, anyone who knows their history understands that it's no exaggeration that you can draw a straight line from there to here.
Slave patrol. Some people feel this thing was never designed to work.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Educate some
Okay.
maybe 2 or 3 people who've never heard
Yeah.
about a slave patrol.
So slave patrol were basically militias, if you will, during the time when slavery was legal, whose job was to catch runaway slaves. And after the Civil War, they Many of them literally just rolled over into police departments.
Now look, it's one thing for somebody to repeat these stupid ass things that we hear from the left wing all over the media and in their dumbass book, but the fact of the matter is this is wholly disconnected from the history of law enforcement, and this guy fails to even understand the differences between how different law enforcement organizations were set up, because again, they're completely separate from slavery. A perfect example of this is that this guy appointed the NYC sheriff, and the sheriff actually derived from a time back in old Anglo-Saxon tradition back in England that predates the transatlantic slave trade. So no, absolutely not. It has nothing to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with black people. Again, sit down with your stupid ass main character syndrome, learn some actual history, because the Shire Reeve, which is what this position actually used to be called and what sheriff the word actually evolved from, dates back all the way to like the Middle Ages, to when, of course, they had to have somebody, a high-ranking official, enforce the king's peace within England itself. Again, nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. It absolutely predates the transatlantic slave trade. And again, this form of law enforcement is completely separate from the organizations known as police departments, which
The
by
cities
way,
have a lot of
ended up
cops in
spawning
them.
from the north in the United States of America, in places after, of course, slavery was abolished. In addition to that, after the Civil War, after Reconstruction, Northerners actually went down to the South in order to set up police departments, and in many places in the South, if you look at the first class of their police departments, what you'll find out is that there are more black people than you would expect there, because of course this was a project of Reconstruction. But this absolute idiot who again lets black criminals go, that's what he was actually found guilty of while he was an NYPD officer, is going to be in charge of the sheriff's department, and it's disgusting and reprehensible. Donnie is an absolute scumbag in every possible way, because he says that this guy is a champion of justice. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like. Subscribe for more content. Follow me on the social medias. Support me via support links in the description. This has been me talking about Mamdani essentially appointing a race hustler to be the New York City sheriff.
I am so fucking sick of hearing that Lego scandal. I don't understand why it's such a big deal. And to be completely honest, $250,000 worth of Legos, not a lot of Legos. I mean, have you ever seen how much those sets go for? And he had vintage Star Wars ones. So what, he had 5 sets, 6 sets? I mean, seriously, it's not like he had 37 tons of Legos stolen from him. It was, oh my God, it's just, it's more of a story about the scumbags that just said, nope, they're ours now. The corporate dudes.
This is Reed Showalter, a former senior policy advisor on the National Economic Council under the Biden administration. Now, if you think the resume like that might come with a basic grasp of economics, well, you'd be wrong.
Tax the rich. But if you tax them, they'll leave, right?
We'll move our corporate offices.
100,000 New Yorkers.
That's exactly what they want you to think. This is based on the mostly fake idea called the Laffer curve.
Mostly fake idea. Right. Just like gravity is a mostly fake suggestion invented by the Apple industry. The Laffer curve isn't some right-wing myth. It's a foundational macroeconomic principle taught in literally every economics 101 class on planet Earth.
The Laffer curve, which says if you tax millionaires and billionaires, they will tax avoid in direct proportion to how much you raise the rate.
That's not how the Laffer curve works. I think he got his economics degree from the same place he bought those pants. The concept of the Laffer curve is basically just common sense. If you tax people at 0%, the government gets 0 revenue. But if you tax them at 100%, you also get 0 revenue. Why? Because nobody is going to work just to hand over their entire paycheck to the IRS. The Laffer curve simply says that there is a revenue peak. One can argue what that optimal peak should be, but if tax rates are below that peak, raising them brings in more money. But if you push rates past that peak, taxes become so punishing that people will stop working, stop investing, or just pack up and leave. It's the economic equivalent of understanding the difference between milking a cow and butchering it.
But here's the thing, that's not real. There is such a thing as an optimal tax rate, but the US is nowhere close to it. In fact, we're sitting at like roughly 30% for our highest tax rate, when our optimal tax rate is probably something closer to 70%.
Fact check false. The top marginal federal income tax rate is not 30%. It's 37%. Anyway, Reed showed this line chart of the highest marginal federal income tax rates through history. In 1981, for example, the top marginal tax rate was 69.13%, which Showalter thinks is optimal. But in reality, it meant that for every dollar that you made over $215,000, you only got to keep about 30 cents, which is disgusting. And consider California, New York, and New Jersey, where the top combined marginal tax rate in each state hovers around 50%. But sure, let's bump that up to 70% and see how fast
Fuck, I
they
want
discover the
to
magic of
fat. I
establishing
did all that
residency
for
in
nothing.
Texas and
God damn
Florida.
it.
In fact, between 2020 and 2021, around 6,000 millionaires
Empty jars?
relocated out of
I don't
New
need to be
York,
licked.
taking with
I'm good
them
without licking.
As much as $25 billion in taxable income. You may remember my recent video featuring Governor Kathy Hochul begging millionaires to come back to her failing state.
Our tax base has been eroded. I philosophically don't have a problem. It is like I have to look at the fact that we are in competition with other states who have less of a tax burden on their corporations and their individuals.
But despite the evidence, and despite reality, Timu Hassan Piker here claims that millionaires fleeing higher taxes is a myth. Sure, not all millionaires and billionaires will leave for a friendlier tax environment, but even a small percentage can erode a state's tax base by a lot.
Turns out, billionaires and big businesses stay in places because they're good places to do business and it's where people want to live. There are countries with way higher taxes than us, and they're not seeing their millionaires and billionaires leave either.
This is a classic political sleight of hand. He is using a chart that measures one thing to make an argument about something completely different. The graph he showed doesn't measure how much countries tax their billionaires. It measures total government tax revenue as a percentage of GDP. And you know how countries like France get to the top of that list? I'll give you a hint, Reed. It's not from taxing billionaires. No, it's because when France passed a 75% super tax on the wealthy, the rich immediately packed their bags and left. After it completely failed to generate the promised revenue, the government quietly let the tax expire at the end of 2014. And because it worked so well in France, Norway was like, hey, let's bump up our wealth tax to 1.1%. But instead of raking in an extra $146 million in tax revenue,
Congratulations.
they triggered
Here's
a
your
historic
reward.
exodus of billionaires who packed up and fled to countries like Switzerland, taking an estimated $54 billion in wealth with them. This resulted in a net tax revenue loss of almost $600 million for the Norwegian
Chop,
government.
dumb fuck.
In other words, they tried to tax the rich, and the government literally ended up poorer. But sure, tell me again how they never leave, Reed. And by the way, the reason why France and Denmark are at the top of the list that Reed showed, well, it's because they tax the absolute out of the middle class using massive 20 to 25% national sales
Well, I was
taxes.
looking, there was a
Great
mod
job,
that
Reed. You're doing God's
could
work.
switch the sellers.
There are these
Instead of this
possibility
guy,
stories
I'd get
every now
a.
and again of
I think
one or
they
two
said
billionaires
Trader Jen
who
would
say
be
they're
in
gonna
the.
leave and actually do, but it's basically no people in the grand scheme of things.
To be completely honest, this is the trader
graphics
that
you
should be
edited
in the
into your own
wastelands.
video, the B-roll at the beginning literally shows
But I
the
guess they
UK
put him here
facing
because
a
he's the food
record-breaking
dealer, and
outflow
they don't
of
want the game to be that
16,500
easy.
millionaires. Oh right, he worked for Joe Biden. Sure explains a lot.
And the idea that millionaires won't move should be obvious. Millionaires, like the rest of us, just don't move that much. Here in the States, the number of millionaires that move is less than 3%, and globally, the number rounds down to
cheap
0.
Because billionaires don't move. They just buy a new house somewhere else and not sell their old one. Did you notice billionaires own like 10 houses? Idiot.
Such a wildly disproportionate share of total income taxes, losing only 2.4% of them is a devastating blow to a state's revenue.
We could have single-payer healthcare. We could have affordable housing. We could have.
I didn't grab a new quest.
We could have the money for all of us.
Actually, I don't even think I grabbed my reward for the last one.
Yeah, you can't fund a progressive utopia by shaking down billionaires.
You think you're pretty smart now, don't you?
Yep, I didn't.
Hey, Einstein.
I have a weighted mod, so I don't need a weighted mod.
In taxes.
Guess I'll take the
No
bullets.
surprise, the full oligarchy of the Republican Party is on display. One of the things that was tucked into the big, beautiful bill last year when they passed it was a depreciation break that allowed Amazon to cut its tax rate by 87% from the year before. It now pays $1.2 billion in taxes on its last tax bill compared to $9 billion the year before, even though Amazon's total profits went up by 45%. They had $90 billion of profits
I'll do the
last
crack
year
again
alone,
one.
and they're paying
You need
$1.2
some
billion.
work? Let's get one thing straight. You're not working with me. You're working for me.
So you got antibiotics on you.
My shop,
chance.
my rules. You follow or you fuck off.
It's not. It's a foundational tax principle called accelerated depreciation. The government intentionally
Don't let
lets
the door
companies
hit
like
you on your
Amazon
way out.
deduct the cost of building massive physical infrastructure up front because they want them to keep investing in America. But here's the catch. Accelerated depreciation does not mean that Amazon's tax obligation disappears. It just defers it to future years. But the way that Slow Walter presents it, Amazon is making record profits and getting tax breaks because of the oligarchy.
Think about what your life would be like if you were paying 1.5% taxes.
Well, for starters, I'd have to fundamentally misunderstand the difference between corporate taxes and personal income taxes. And then I would go outside wearing the Brotherhood of the Traveling Protest Pants, a magical garment that apparently makes you an expert on progressive economic fan fiction. Anyway, that's it for now. Head on over to my super cool merch store, don'twalkrun.shop. As always, thank you for tuning in. Please subscribe to the channel, and I hope to see you next time. If there is next time.
Seems like that's okay.
This is a work of art.
That's crazy. That $8 and 29 cents for some fucking strawberries? Some strawberries and a waffle? Can't you get this at IHOP for like $3?
This is a work of
You look at, honestly, look at that hand. Look at that wrist. No visible bone structure from the wrist. No visible bone structure from the hands either. See that? Now, I know what that is. You know what that. We all know what that is. That's right.
Of art.
That's $7. That's not so bad.
This is a work of art.
That's crazy. That should not be $10.
Couples going to the parks together will often be spending over $100 every day just on snacks. This is just simply too much to try. Disney creates FOMO over snacks, calling them must try.
No, they don't create FOMO over snacks. No, bro, like these is these hogs sitting on TikTok all day creating a FOMO over snacks. I'm not gonna blame that on Disney. Like, I think that like really, like Disney is like they should get rid of that alcohol. Like selling alcohol at a kids park. Like, what are we doing? Right? Like that's so degenerate. But like this, I mean, this is.
Well, the thing is, dude, how much money they make. I'd like to see how much profit they make on alcohol at Disney.
Once they're gone, and they don't come back.
Because even, though you talk about the Disney adults, is you brought your kids to Disneyland. You know, you're not running around and everything. Why don't you go on the roller coaster? I'll sit here and fucking drink a beer. I mean,
ice cream Look at this here. An
Even when you
all-American
sit down to
Sunday
eat
is
something with your
$9.
kids, you're probably gonna have a beer.
Really, look at that. Like, that's crazy.
At least I would,
Hot
man.
fudge
I'd be
is-
fucking totally stressed
the
out by that
iced
place.
toppings
Just
are
all the
$1?
people and.
That's crazy.
I'm not a big
double
fan of
scoop
people.
Ice cream cone is $7. Oh my god.
I feel right to not mention the plus-size park hoppers.
Jesus Christ.
And they're just as popular
Oop,
for
I
their
accidentally
food
shot my
recommendations as they
campfire.
are for their controversial If I Fit, I Sit videos.
If
which
I fit, I sit.
I have covered before on the channel.
I guess they're probably not doing a lot of sitting.
And this is everything you ate in a day as plus-size best friends at Disney's Magic Kingdom. We started our day by having lunch at the Plaza restaurant on Main Street. We find that the food tastes better than any of the quick service options. Available at Magic Kingdom, and it's pretty affordable too. Katie started off with the Plaza loaded fries, which can be made gluten-free. These come with melted cheddar,
I don't care about that.
bacon.
Wait a minute. So hold up, real quick. That's $15.
I got a lot of dough. I didn't realize how much dough I got.
Baconator fries at Wendy's for like $3.70. I can count the amount of fries.
Onion and spicy
That's
sour
nothing.
cream. Ashley and I both got the triple-decker turkey club sandwich. This sandwich is
$20 for that. Like, I mean, that's not bad, but it's not good. Like, that's just your typical, like, you know, upscale restaurant. Like, that's not so bad.
It's really good, and it's our go-to every time
Okay.
we go. We also
That's all
thought
right.
that the portion was pretty big for the price. Katie got the Chipotle barbecue pork sandwich with a gluten-free
$17, like, that's all right.
bun. And for dessert, she had a strawberry milkshake.
She got dessert. Right.
Later on that day, Katie got the Aurora cone, but without a
Oh, more food. I'm starting to notice pattern here.
cone to make it gluten-free from Storybook Treats. And
$6.
Ashley and I split the candied bacon skewer from Westward Ho. This was the perfect combination of salty and sweet, and also, who doesn't love a snack on a stick? Before we left the park, we were thirsty for ice cream, so Katie had...
Wait, how many ice cream? Is that 3 or 4 ice creams in one day? Like, 3?
Headed over to Aloha Isle and got the coconut pineapple dole. Then Ashley and I headed over to the Plaza Ice Cream Parlor. We each got the All-American Sundae, which is one of our favorite sweet...
Dude, you can get that at McDonald's for like, I think it's like $2.70. They used to be $1.
treats and mushrooms. If you're a fan of chocolate and peanut butter,
Two
then this is the
Buckarooskies?
ice cream for you. When we got back to Saratoga Springs, we headed to the Artist Palette for dinner. Ashley and I both got the shrimp with green beans and mashed
No way you bought that shit in a box for that. That's crazy. Like, that is a ridiculous amount of money to spend on. Like, you got rinsed.
potatoes, which was pretty
Like,
good.
the only way that would be worth it is if it was made by like a fucking Michelin star chef. Other than that, like, what? Why are they all fat?
For a quick service dinner.
Well, I guess we've been hearing about one. Never mind.
Got the chicken and rice bowl, but we accidentally forgot to record it. And then we ended our night.
Oh wait, so there was something else you ate? It just you didn't even think about. Oh wow.
We ate something healthy, but forgot to videotape it.
Because she is one of the biggest people there, and I'm not trying to bully her, but she eats nearly 5,000 calories worth of food and snacks at the park in a single...
No. Real quick, Craig. Real quick. That's what she says she ate. And you know, and I know, and everybody knows that that is the probably tip of the iceberg.
Day, not even including what you'll have been eating before or after the video. This food came to over $50 as well, which is just so expensive for one day, especially with the majority of it being from snacks. Now I totally agree, when you're at Disney, you should eat whatever you want, because it's a treat and you probably won't go again for a few years.
I hope not. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. You want to eat a couple of snacks, but like, god damn, that's a lot.
Even I did a 10K.
But it seems like they pretty much went there just to eat.
But the plus size park hoppers seem to be going to a park every week.
Like, literally, all the stuff that they rattled off, if I put on a table in front of you, you're not eating it in less than 2 hours. And I'm not even counting the fact that you're eventually going to get full and you're going to have to stop eating and digest a little. I'm just saying that, dude, it would take you at least an hour just to put that food in your mouth and chew it.
Basically, remember what I said before about how fat people, it's all about
That's
how they
just
like to take up space?
at least an hour of your day, probably more.
I said, like, you know,
I'm listening to Asmongold. He's watching a video about Disney adults, and like these Disney adults. Hang on.
And because the queues are so long, buying a fast pack.
A turkey leg. That's a fucking. You seen how big a fucking turkey is?
It's this.
Meeting the characters.
Well, it's basically a fat lady that she's just talking about all the shit she ate while she was at Disney, and all the shit she rattled off.
You got a whole lot of work to do.
Well, first of all, it was like 2 days worth of food.
Mickey bars are obviously iconic, but they're $6.
I mean, literally thousands of calories. Hang on, I'll turn it up a little here in a second.
But it's not the difference of $1. That's like $1. Like you're spending.
I'll turn it up a little. You got to listen to it because it's crazy.
The Disney adult thing is a real problem. It is. It's a huge problem.
He's talking about Disney adults.
I don't think people understand how big of an
God
issue
damn,
it is.
that woman's ugly.
And it's not because of the Disney adults, it's because what it means. And there's also a lot of people do the same thing.
If you walked on the Disney park today, you'd probably notice something strange, and you'd ask yourself, where are all the children? The Disney parks are now filled with adults getting drunk in bars, eating thousands of calories worth of snacks, TikTokers taking pictures in women's bathrooms, and worst of all, putting themselves into massive amounts of debt to go to Disney parks. Disney parks are now filled with some of the most cringe individuals to walk the planet, also known as Disney
He
adults.
set me on fire!
On YouTube, which criticize Disney adults for the way they act like children and are really cringe. And while that's interesting to explore, and I'll definitely make another video on the cringe side, I want to look at Disney adults from another perspective. What is the financial cost of being a Disney adult? From over-consumerism, having to buy every single product Disney releases, every single
I think this intersection is where I'm going to do the blood moon.
piece of merch, to the limited edition must-eat snacks to try at every park, and even the cost of just getting into the parks. How on earth do these people afford it?
This couple, they spent.
I knew this was going to come up. I knew it was going to happen. Here we go.
$21,000 in 1 month when they make $7,000 a month. They're obsessed with Disney. Lots of Disney adults are. They spent
$21,000 in a month? Oh my god.
$2,000 on Disney exclusive passes, and then went to Disney World, spent a lot of money on that. Then they're going to Disney World 2 times next month, and then 1 time in the summer.
That's a lot of money on Disney.
But unlike most lesbians, I think they're going to last forever, though, because they're on the same page.
Yeah.
And usually couples that aren't on the same page about money, that's where they divorce. Them, they're on the same page about wanting to ruin their lives for Disney.
Yeah, it's a page of debt.
Before we look at the insane costs of Disney, we need to take a step back and understand how the parks themselves got to be so expensive in the first place. 40 years ago,
We'll just make,
pretty
let's say
affordable for the
33
average
of
family.
these.
All you have to think about was your ticket, a hotel, if you want to stay for a few days, and whatever food you fancied eating at the park. Going to Disney today, however, is a totally different story. It's a stack of
empty out my
microtransactions
sack.
that add up, leaving guests broke by the time they leave, checking their bank accounts and being horrified with the amount of money they've ended up spending. A Disney World ticket in 1971 cost $3.50, and if
wait, it was $3.50?
Because I got.
It was $3.50.
I
That's
think.
wait, that's like what, 50 years ago?
Between 3 and 5 hours. I think the blood moon actually starts at 2,200, but it might start at
$189.
20.
From 27 bucks adjusted to inflation to 189.
Disney more expensive has been a key strategic
2000.
goal by the company, conveniently amplified by the term Disney adult growing in popularity around 2015. The trending term instantly became a meme, with people laughing at their own obsession with Disney, from bawling their eyes out from meeting their favorite characters.
Who? I waited 30 years to meet you. Oh my god.
I hate this shit. I hate it. I hate it, bro. I hate this shit. So,
I think this is my rock box. Yeah. All right. I'm going to put all the stuff I'm not going to use.
to their insane
I'm so fucking tired of
I'm not gonna
these
use that.
fat, disgusting,
I might use that.
greedy, ugly, weird millennials that can't stop thinking about being a kid, and so they want to make the entire world recreate their childhood. Instead of trying to provide that childhood for their own kids, they want to continuously be the kid themselves. It's the absolute perversion of the growth of the human.
I'm not gonna lie,
and, like,
being
the
a kid
human
is
life
not all that
cycle
great.
and the human experience. Rather than trying to grow up and become a person, appreciate where you came from, and create that experience for the next generation, you have to constantly live inside of this weird, perverse, childlike, childish worldview that you have to look and pretend like you're recapturing your inner child. Listen, Kathy, you're 29 fucking years old. The only inner child you should have is the one whenever you're fucking pregnant. It's embarrassing. It's so sick. It's just so self-serving. It's destructive for society.
Honestly, I don't understand
so
why he's
tired
getting
of it.
so angry about it,
I
but
am. I'm so
it is
tired
pretty
of this
pathetic.
shit.
It is.
And guys do it too. They do it too. It's not just women. It's men too. It's just that men put up with it from women more, so you have more women doing it. I hate this shit. People say, oh, well, she's happy? That's the problem.
Of toys and Disney merch.
The girls that get it, and the girls that don't. Well, I'm in paintball, shooting, double-fisted, drinking, son of a gun.
This is why
I hated everything that just happened in that video.
There was one very important thing that Disney realized that these obsessive adult fans had that the kids do not, and that was money. As the parks expanded and people were willing to spend more, Disney held up since 2016, and they didn't seem to be stopping. Dynamic pricing, paid parking, individual
dynamic pricing is whenever they scam you. That's what it's called.
Lane, Fast Pass Plus, paid ride reservations, special event reservations, photo pass, all while removing free services like the free Fast Pass and transport services. When you take a look at how these services increase the price so dramatically, it's actually pretty scary.
It's so weird how you have people that, and again, like the dynamic pricing, I mean, you would obviously, like dynamic pricing makes sense, that's the problem.
By increasing the price when there's more demand for
it's so indulgent.
Hey, what's up? You're a little late today. You're late for work.
In general, where indulgence is seen as it's like a cute thing that you do, and you have a culture of people that live inside of just doing this all the time. That's all they do. And it's like, like self-care. Like there's all the, like, it's
Holy
like a
shit,
whole,
almost to 300.
like hog vocabulary, where they have all these words.
I'm listening to Asmongold bitch about Disney adults.
Why they're gluttonous, right? That's it.
The Fast Pass Plus also uses dynamic
treat
pricing.
yourself, therapy
If the
talk.
park is extremely busy and the rides are popular, the price for the Fast Pass Plus will be too. Dropping $500 for a Fast Pass is genuinely insane, and it's only for one day too.
It's ridiculous.
It actually costs more than the ticket itself. But the sad thing is, because the parks are so busy, you pretty much have to buy the Fast Passes unless you only want to go on 3 or 4 rides and waiting queues for hours. From an English perspective, this concept
Why do you have all
is
these
pretty
weapons
insane.
all of a
Like,
sudden?
yeah, we do have Fast Passes at UK theme parks, but you can get them for like £10 at parks like Thorpe Park and Alton Towers. And I get they might not be as busy as Disney World, but is it really worth the £500 difference? And I think it's worth mentioning that it's actually optional to have Fast
Well, it is worth it for them because they have a lot of money. Like, that's the problem, is like you have these people that have a lot of money and then or they go into debt, right? There's also that too. And they just don't care. Like, the thing is that all they do is they just think about getting what they want, and they never have, like, remember what I was telling y'all about how, like, remember that family of retards, that family of idiots? And, like, they can't think more than 15 minutes ahead of
Nothing
time?
really. I'm
This
just
is the same
preparing.
thing.
The
It's
blood
actually the
moon's
same
going to
thing.
be
Like,
starting
it's
here
just
in a
different-
minute.
It's the same
I'll sell you
impulse,
food,
different
but
manifestation.
don't expect me to cook it for
Passes
you.
at theme parks. Several European parks outright refuse to use them because from a moral
Man,
perspective,
I treat
they
you
don't
that
believe
good,
that you should be able
and
to
you
skip a
don't
queue
even
because you're
fucking
richer than
tip
some
me.
other person,
Yes, correct.
or more willing to go into debt to get them.
I
Two
think I'm
European theme parks,
almost good and
Bellewaerde
ready.
Efteling, say that they don't offer fast passes because we don't wish to give anyone preferential treatment. To be honest, it is a complete money grab by Disney, so they can get more guests into the park and have a payable
It's a
option
hog
to skip
farm.
the queues. And because the queues are so long, buying a fast pass is just as important as buying a ticket now.
And by the way, look at that. Like, remember what they were talking about? How there are no kids. Look, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4. All the rest is just adults. Really? Look at that. God damn.
Now, it's basically
God.
unavoidable if you want to spend more time on the rides and waiting in the queues. All of these additional costs slowly add up, forcing guests to spend more without even realizing it, adding to their Disney debt. Even though the list of additional charges that
Disney
Disney's
debt.
added over the past 10 years are absolutely insane, there's something else that Disney's incorporated that changed the game forever. For over 40 years, you couldn't have alcohol at a lot of Disney's parks, with a few exceptions of course. But flash forward to now, and alcohol is one of the big reasons Disney adults come to the parks.
I
Since
slept
the
real good. I
shift
actually
between
slept
Disney
overslept too. I didn't even start my stream till like 7:30.
Alcoholic drinks available in all of the parks. But it's not just a few cocktails here and there, and they've even developed a famous drinking game in Epcot known as Drinking Around the World, where guests spend up to 6 hours on a bar crawl through 8 themed countries, each with a...
What a dude, how perverse. Like, you have this thing that's made for kids and it's just been turned to a bunch of like fucking adults to just walk around and get drunk. I mean, this is just awful.
cocktail inspired by the place they're in.
This is your sign to get drinking around the world tattoos for.
Somebody punch that person.
I think
Quick.
That remember what I was saying about how like the word glam completed my worldview? Like I didn't realize that. Like there was like a I had 99 pieces for my worldview. Goyim was 100. Like the moment that I heard that word and I realized that, so then they, like everything just made sense. It made sense, bro. Like financial advisors. Oh my god. Talk about fishing where the fish are, right? What'd you expect?
Aside from the awful audio, you get the point here. Disney is catering more towards Disney adults, who have a lot more money to spend than the children. And as a quick side note, I really hope that tattoo was fake, because that is extremely embarrassing. But not only is this drinking game at Epcot great for getting people to spend over $200 on the if they complete the challenge, but selling alcoholic drinks is much more lucrative than sodas alone. A Coke or a juice for a child probably costs
This is the reason why I don't drink, by the way. This shit was expensive, bro. Like, we spent so much money on alcohol. Like, it was
$4. But
there's the moon.
$20.
We got to get a look at the moon here.
Drinks is easy because the margins are
Because
so
I
high.
downloaded
It definitely doesn't cost $20 to make
Absolute
a cocktail, but the guests will happily
Hybrids
pay for it.
Absolute told me to download this.
Serving alcohol also changes who comes
This
to
mod.
Disney and why. Instead of it for being for kids' birthdays or special
I know it
occasions
looks
for
like a
kids,
mountain, but
it's
that's
now
the
a
moon.
place for adult-only holidays. And
Bachelorette party, dude, I'm just not. That's. So,
I didn't realize how big it was. Holy shit! Look at the size of that thing.
How can we make this illegal? We can make this illegal somehow, right? Like how?
That's not a mountain. That's the moon.
Like we got to figure out a way.
Subscribers.
There's gotta be a way, right? Like, it's a kids bar. Yeah.
It's got a little while. It's gonna be higher in the sky.
Being a family-friendly experience to being a mob of drunk, dehydrated, aggressive. who behave worse than hungry children. Alcohol also encourages guests to stay longer, spending more time in the bars and restaurants, conveniently buy more food. I don't know about you, but when I've had a drink, I get absolutely starving. And it seems like Disney knows this too. And what better way to take advantage of all those slightly buzzed or just straight up drunk guests than the largest selection of snacks in the world. Littered across almost every path the snacks are just as important as going on the ride.
Get a turkey leg? A turkey leg? That's a fucking
I mostly did it for the ambience of the blood moon.
The snacks are also ridiculously
With that big creepy face in the sky while you're being attacked by zombies.
One thing, and the most ridiculous thing that I found was literally a stick with one piece of bacon on it, $10.
And you see also, by the way, look at all that fat. Like, am I the only one, like, I get what y'all Muslims do. Cause like, like whenever I see this, I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, no, I see it.
Who's crying it?
Really?
Who's crying that shit?
It's nasty.
The snacks are already expensive, but slap a Mickey shape on there and you instantly pay more for just a shape.
And basic theme park snacks that have to be efficient and then cost $5 million. You'll spend almost $8 on a Mickey pretzel that is just okay, so I recommend instead spending that money on the pepper jack pretzel at Cheshire Cafe. It's a warm pretzel stuffed with gooey pepper jack cheese, and it's just way more worth it in my opinion.
No, what were you dressed up as?
It's a warm pretzel stuffed with gooey pepper jack cheese, and it's just...
Oh my god. See, this is the problem right here, is like you need to be doing this for your own kids. Not doing it and pretending like you're a kid. Like, that's what's so sad. It is. Like, you've worn worse. I have, but I did it for a joke. And so they can all vote. I know that. I know. We got a lot of work to do. We got a whole lot of work to do.
It's way more worth it in my opinion. 2 Mickey bars are obviously iconic, but they're $6 for a basic chocolate ice cream bar. So instead, you can get a fresh single scoop of ice cream at Plaza Ice Cream Parlor with Mickey ears for $4.99.
But it's not the difference of $1. That's like $1. Like you're talking about spending $5 or $6 for an ice cream cone, and you want to act like the $1 difference. Oh wow, I'm saving money. Like it's not even a big deal.
Just 1 or 2 snacks that guests are having in the parks, as they're often spending over $50
Yeah, it
on
is.
snacks alone, and not even considering the main meals that they'll be having throughout the day.
This is a work of art. This is a work of art.
Corn dog nuggets is $10.
This is a
Gideon's Bakehouse cookie, that's $6.
work of art.
That seems like that's okay.
This is a work of art.
That's crazy. That $8.29 for some fucking strawberries? Some strawberries in a waffle? Can't you get this at IHOP for like $3?
This is a work of...
You look at... Honestly, look at that hand. Look at that wrist.
I'm not a Disney fan, but even still,
no
like
visible bone structure from the wrist. No
Disneyland or Disney World
either. See that?
still seems like a waste of time, man. A waste of money.
Now, I know what that is.
We've got
You know what that.
an amusement park by us called Knoebels.
That's right.
And
of art.
That's $7. That's not so bad.
This is
and all the rides are
That's
ticket
crazy.
based.
That should not be $10.
So all the lines are short.
Together, we'll often be spending over $100 every day just on snacks.
And it's just way better.
Disney creates
The food is affordable.
Calling them must try.
Oh no, they don't create FOMO over snacks. No, bro, like these is these hogs.
I
sitting
think they
on
just
TikTok all day
overcharge at
creating
those
the
large
FOMO over
parks,
snacks.
man.
I'm not gonna blame that on Disney. Like I think that like really like Disney is like.
I mean, they don't have to charge $8 for a waffle.
Park, like, what are we doing? Right? Like that's so degenerate. But like this, I mean, this is honestly just like fatties that can't stop eating. Right? That's it.
to create scarcity, and they often change seasonally. Once they're gone, and they don't come back. So
Yeah.
if guests are there,
It's
they
like
feel
gotcha
like
games.
they need to try it all there and then. They're obviously all themed
That why
too,
they're
so
fat.
Disney adults need to try them because the food is from their favorite shows. Who cares if they can't afford it? They can just use the credit cards to buy them. As we're talking about Disney adults, it wouldn't...
His Plaza ice cream. Look at this here. An all-American sundae is $9. Really, look at that. Like, that's crazy. Hot fudge is the ice toppings are $1. That's crazy. A double scoop ice cream cone is $7. Oh my God.
Feel right to not mention the plus-size park hoppers.
Jesus Christ.
And they're just as popular for their food recommendations as they are for their controversial If I Fit, I Sit videos.
If
which
I fit, I sit.
I have covered before on the channel.
I guess they're probably not doing a lot
we're
of
plus-size
sitting.
car coppers, and this is everything we ate in a day as plus-size best friends at Disney's Magic Kingdom. We started our day by having lunch
This
at
is
the
the
Plaza
video.
restaurant on Main Street. We find that the food tastes better than any of the quick service
Like, listen to all this shit. This is one day at the park. Listen to all this shit this chick eats, man.
options available at Magic Kingdom, and it's pretty affordable too. Katie started off with the Plaza loaded fries, which can be made gluten-free. These come with melted cheddar,
I don't care about that.
bacon, green...
Wait a minute. So hold up real quick. That's $15? Ice cream. Look at this here. Look at that. Like, that's crazy. Hot fudge is the ice toppings are $1? That's crazy. A double scoop ice cream cone is $7. Oh my God.
Feel right to not mention the plus-size park hoppers.
Jesus Christ.
And they're just as popular for their food recommendations as they are for their controversial If I
Yeah,
Fit,
watch
I
this.
Sit videos.
If I fit, I sit.
I have covered before on the channel.
I guess they're probably not doing a
we're
lot of
plus-size
sitting.
car coppers, and this is everything we ate in a day as plus-size best friends at Disney's Magic Kingdom. We started our day by having lunch at the Plaza restaurant on Main Street. We find that the food tastes better than any of the quick service
That's all right there. That's breakfast. Fucking loaded fries for breakfast.
options available at Magic Kingdom, and it's pretty affordable too. Katie started off with the Plaza loaded fries, which can be made gluten-free. These come with melted cheddar.
I don't care about that.
And it could be like, it could be gluten free. Like, she gives a shit.
Hold up real quick. That's $15?
Yeah, I'm not even concerned about the price.
You could get the Baconator fries at Wendy's.
Yeah, the
for like
prices. I'm not. That's not what I'm
$3.70.
outraged about.
I can count the amount of.
I don't know
fries.
why the millionaire is outraged about it, but
Onion and spicy
That's
sour
nothing.
cream. Ashley and I both got the triple-decker turkey club sandwich. This sandwich is
$20 for that. Like, I mean, that's not bad, but it's not good. Like, that's
But you
just
got to see
that's just your
they
typical,
literally
like, you know,
like
upscale
a meal.
restaurant. Like, that's not so bad.
really good, and it's our go-to every time
Okay.
we go. We also
That's all
thought
right.
that the portion was pretty big for the price. Katie got the Chipotle barbecue pork sandwich with a gluten-free
$17. Like, that's all right.
bun. And for dessert, she had a strawberry milkshake.
All right, and
got
Fatso
dessert.
had a dessert.
Right.
Later on that day, Katie got the Aurora cone, but without a
Oh, more food. Starting to notice pattern here.
cone to make it gluten-free from Storybook Treats. And Ashley and I split the candied bacon skewer from Westward Ho. This was the perfect combination of salty and sweet, and also, who doesn't love a snack on a stick? Before we left the park, we were thirsty for ice cream, so Katie had...
Wait, how many ice cream? Is that 3 or 4 ice creams in one day? Like,
Katie's got to be the fat one
Three.
that had loaded fries for breakfast. Yeah.
aisle and got the coconut pineapple dole. Then Ashley Plaza Ice Cream Parlor. We each got the All-American Sundae, which is one of our favorite sweet...
dude, you can get that at McDonald's for like, I think it's like $2.70. They used to be $1.
treats in Magic Kingdom. If you're a fan of chocolate and peanut butter,
Two
then this is the
buckarooskies?
ice cream for you. When we got back to Saratoga Springs, we headed to the Artist Palette for dinner. Ashley and I both got the shrimp with green beans and mashed
No way you bought that shit in a box for that. That's crazy. Like that is a ridiculous amount of money to spend on. Like you got rinsed.
potatoes, which was pretty
Like
good.
the only way that would be worth it is if it was made by like a Michelin star chef. Other than that, like what? Why are they all fat?
For a quick service dinner.
Well, I guess
Look at all this shit they ate.
About why? Never mind.
Got the chicken and rice bowl, but we accidentally forgot to record it. And then we
I
ended
eat
our night
twice a
with
day.
There was something else you ate.
I have
that just
2
you didn't
meals
even
a day.
think about. Oh, wow.
a hot tub.
Focusing just on what Katie eats because she is one of the
And most of the time, I eat when I'm hungry, and then I stop when I'm not.
No. Real quick, Craig. Real quick. That's what she says she ate. And you know, and I know, and everybody knows that that is the probably tip of the iceberg.
And I have a hypermetabolism. When I was younger, I had to drink those nutrition shakes, man, because fucking
one day, especially with the majority of it.
I couldn't take in enough calories.
I totally agree. When you're at Disney, you should eat whatever.
Look
you
how
want,
big it is.
Because it's a treat, and you probably won't go again for a few years.
I hope not. No, it's not a big deal. You want to eat a couple of snacks, but like,
dude, by the time it's high in the sky, I'm willing to bet I won't be able to see the edges of it. It'll just take up the whole screen.
The plus size park hoppers seem to be
Can I
going
shoot
to
it?
a park every week. This isn't cheap, nor is it healthy. Now, the plus size park hoppers do.
Oh, I forgot I don't have the mod. All I got is a silencer on this.
God.
Which means I'm probably going to end up ripping through my
5 plus
ammunition
size
pretty
friends.
quick. But
If
that's
I
alright, I
could,
got some decent melee weapons to back up.
So basically, remember what I said before about how fat people is about? It's all about how they like to take up space. Remember how I told y'all about that? I said, like, you know, a lot of like what they do is.
I guess it starts at 2200, man. I got 2 hours to kill.
Presence, so they might be able to afford this. But normal Disney adults are doing this too. They're going to Disney way more than they can afford.
I don't like this
and eating
hotel
way
here.
more
I
than
wish
they
the
can
hotel
afford to.
wasn't there.
They're so consumed by Disney that they totally let themselves go wild and have no boundaries when it comes to indulging.
I think once my base starts spreading down the hill, I might start
merchandise,
salvaging
or
this
going to parks
hotel
multiple
for
times a year.
parts.
And for all of these reasons that
For
we've looked at,
resources.
it's no wonder why so many people have gone into debt just to be able to go to Disney.
I don't even think I
45% of
cleared it
guests
yet.
with young children have gone into debt to be able to go to Disney. In 24.
I'm gonna say real quick, going into debt to take your kids to Disneyland, I will be infinitely more supportive of that than going into debt to take yourself to Disneyland. Like, you want to make sure your kids have a good childhood, they get to grow up and remember.
Yeah, I could back them up on that.
Yeah, you probably
Going
shouldn't
into
do
debt
it,
to bring
but
your
you're
kids
gonna do it, I get it.
to Disneyland, I could
But
understand
this
that.
totally is
Going into
as a
debt
mountain
to
of
bring
molehill.
yourself there,
4% of adults with no children have gone
you
into
should be
debt to
beaten
go
with a
to
sack
Disney.
of doorknobs.
And it's rising too, as stats are up 33% in the same survey in 2022. From the posts that I've seen, part of the magic of Disney.
The memories are worth the debt for most parents. See? That's fine. That's totally fine. That's okay.
The same survey in 2022. From the posts that I've seen, part of the magic of Disney is also going into debt. It's joked about like it's funny, like it's cooler to be in debt than not. Like it's some sort of badge of honor to say, I went into debt so I could go to Disney. They act as if Disney's some friendly corporation who's happy to lend you the money, and they like to pretend that it's not an entity that would send the bailiffs when you ultimately miss a payment. I think a huge part of this is caused by the childlike nature of Disney guests.
Well, you don't carry it with you. You just have it, you know, and you bring it when you need it,
It's
man.
a form of therapy for them. Many Disney adults explain their obsession with Disney as being a result of
I mean, you own a hammer, right? Do you bring it everywhere you go? No, you only bring it when you need it.
And that's true. There's many children who grew up in households that couldn't afford to go to Disney.
I mean, I come over to your house and say, hey, dude, I met this guy that went into debt so he could go to Disneyland. And then you just say, hang on, let me grab my sack of doorknobs.
The worst part about this TikTok video is the number of comments supporting the creator, encouraging each other.
That's the word I use, the inner child. See, I told y'all, this is exactly what the problem is right here.
And not modern doorknobs. I'm talking about like those ceramic ones from the Victorian age.
Go into debt to solve their childhood traumas. This healed my inner child. This would cure my depression. The best thing is you're making memories and enjoying life, so he is worth what you paid. Hope you had a good time, that is all that matters. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see how seeing a person in a suit in real life would cure your trauma. You'd be much better off seeing a therapist.
No, it doesn't work. Here's how you know it doesn't work. Because they keep coming back. Why they keep showing up if it cured it? Just think about it for 3 seconds.
Not just people who are going into debt specifically because of Disney. Many Disney adults are still choosing to go when they are already thousands of dollars in debt.
Trips are coming up. Coming up?
Well, I've been trying to plan a Disney cruise for us. I know.
How much is that going to cost?
Well,
how much is that going to cost?
For the weeks that I needed to go, so it had to be specific because he can't get off work. He has shut down on 2
Now, she got nose ring. She does.
weeks a year. So the price for the week we needed to go was going to be $8,000 for the cruise.
Oh my! That is a month of your income, lady.
So she making Wait a minute. So she makes $8,000 a month. And how you have money problems? You make that's $96,000 a year. What are you talking about? What are you talking money problems for?
You want to control the money because you cannot trust him, so that you guys can pay off debt, so that you can get married. That is what you open this conversation with. You, that is not the truth. That is both. That is both. That is both. That is both.
I get wanting to go on expensive holidays, I really do. But the best thing you can do instead is to be financially stable first. If you absolutely need to get away, there are so many things you can do for cheap. At least from in the UK, I can go somewhere in Europe for less than £500. I know America's a bit different, but there are definitely cheaper places to go than Disney. And to put it into perspective just how expensive Disney trips can get, this guy spent over 30 grand to take his entire family to Disney.
We stayed here for a little over a week and it was about 30 grand.
Did you use any debt to pay for that trip?
No, we had savings that we had.
Which resort?
All sport. All inclusive was the way to go for us. I took 5 grandchildren and all their parents.
I'm no Disney.
Absolutely, totally, 100% fucking based. Completely fucking based. You save the money.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to.
You're taking your grandchildren and also, logically, their parents, that would be your children, to Disney World. That right there is like a man's dream come true. And like the thing is that how do you own about 3 homes? Because he probably works.
All right,
That's
let's
the thing,
do this
he
right
has a
quick.
job. I can't believe the waste of see. Isn't that crazy that like this man tries to provide a because he's not super old, right? And so like his grandkids are probably like under 10. He tries to have a great experience for his multi-generational family, and he's getting crashed out on in the comments. Meanwhile, you have these hogs gassing each other up to eat more snacks. There's something that's fundamentally wrong. It's wrong on a profound level.
The expert, but people in the comments of this video point out that the All-Star Sports Hotel is actually the worst one. So it's not that they're getting a luxury experience from that 30 grand. If you've got the money to burn, sure, spend this much. But the fact that ordinary people with regular jobs are trying to be on the same level
I'm a little too close to the mountain to see it, but let me get down to the intersection here.
Go into debt to afford this. On Caleb Hammer's financial audit, a Disney adult couple joined the show to talk about their debt and why they still choose to go to Disney despite this.
You spent $1,000 on just being at Disney. On here.
And they're all my age, by the way. Keep this in mind. This is really important to keep in mind, is that this is a millennial problem. Like, these girls are probably, well, I don't know how old they are, but they probably, I don't know, they're in the 30s, right? Something like that.
You can see the eyeball.
Like 42. Yeah, no, they're around my age.
Starting to peek over the mountain.
It's all millennials. Like, it's from my generation that's the problem.
$1,000 just on the Disney crap. I mean, for a day, for 1 day, $1,000 for a day, guys.
It's a
You
lot of
make
money.
$7 a month net, and you blew through a seventh of it in a day. Unacceptable. Missing our student loan.
Look at the white girl's face. Look at that lip movement. See
All
that?
right.
You see, you know you're retarded. You know you're retarded. But for some reason,
I got
you
one
can't
bullet
stop
in my
moving.
gun. It's for myself.
Missing our student loan payments after we borrowed, federally backed, subsidized.
No, really.
From us, the taxpayers. You know, these ones right here.
Yeah.
Us. You're not paying it back, but you're going to Disney.
Well, we're gonna pay it back.
Or not.
Next paycheck.
Maybe we'll see. That or you.
So if you are already a lot of money in debt, then obviously that clearly isn't what's happening, right?
Can have a bonus trip to Disney
Yeah.
because there's a hidden relative's birthday you didn't know about.
Well, next month, both trips we're going on, we're going with other people.
It'd be I would use a mod where you can only kill the zombies by shooting them in the head
We've already
or hitting them in the head.
Yeah.
Like body shots and leg shots. Like you could blow their arms and
call
legs
them and
off.
say, oh wait, I forgot that I'm literally a poor.
But you got to shoot them in the head to kill them.
Call them and tell them I'm poor, and cancel your fucking trip. That's right. Yeah. All these chicks think about is trips. Well, you want to know why they think about trips all the time? Yeah, I'll tell you the reason why. The reason why is because they spend all of their time on
you know
social
what?
media. And social
want
media
some
tells
of those
them
on
that
me.
if they're not going on these trips, they're missing out on life experiences that they're not going to be able to get back. So you have this heavy FOMO environment and it's also that you know these girls are shaming each other. You know that there's like PvP that's going on where they say like, oh, well, my husband or my boyfriend took me to this, or I was able to go to this, and some other girl says like, well, I wasn't able to do this, and then they start shit testing their boyfriend about like, would you take me somewhere? Like, no, I don't want to go, but like, would you take me? And it's like, you know, it's like just it's so toxic, and there are so many levels to it, and it's like goyim bait. As I said, bro, like that word completed my entire worldview. That's all it took. Like it validated me so much. That's why I want to do that DNA test to see if I'm actually Jewish. Because that's how much that word viscerally connected to me. Was that word promised to me 3,000 years ago? With how much I think it? Maybe. Maybe.
It's more important than getting out of debt.
All right, I was getting too cocky there for a second. Holy shit, look at all of them.
Forget that. It can ruin your life. They can lose their houses, their cars, their entire livelihoods. And in this case,
well, the thing is, like, there are ways you can get out of debt, but they're too dumb.
All to go to Disney. Even for people who try to just avoid going into debt and visit the parks, Disney has created new schemes to entice them to. In this video, a woman shares her story of how she was essentially duped into a points-based scheme at Disney that ended up leaving her with significant debt.
This is part 3 of how we got into massive debt, and this is one of my
How I got into $128,000 of debt, and how it's not my fault. Wow. What a surprise.
embarrassing debts that a few years ago, our family took a trip to Disney and we impulsively purchased the Disney Vacation Club. And we did so by financing it. We don't know what the Disney Vacation Club...
So that's a euphemism. You went into debt to buy a Disney vacation pass. That's what you did. You went into debt. You spent money you didn't have to go to Disneyland.
DVC is. It's kind of like a timeshare for Disney World, except instead of having one specific resort or specific weeks of the year that you get to use it, it's a point system. You buy a certain number of points, and then those points can get redeemed at any DVC resort any time of the year that they have availability. Okay. That means you can end up staying at Disney World properties, Disneyland properties, and they also have other DVC resorts like in Hawaii and in Europe, so it definitely provides like a lot of opportunity to travel. Now, with that being said, this is a very bougie luxury purchase that we had no business making. There were some incentives when we purchased, so the total cost of financing was around $27,000. Now, was this stupid? Yes, I know that. But I promise you, our hearts are in a good place, but like our financial literacy.
Your brain wasn't.
was zero.
Financing 27 grand worth of Disney is just absolutely insane to me. That could pay for
$27,000. You spend $27,000 to go to Disney. That's crazy.
a house deposit, or even multiple cars. There's so many things that you could do with that money instead of buying a Disney
Alright, let me
holiday. And the worst
reposition
part
myself.
about all of this is that Disney adults 100% support each other. If they're all in debt together, there's no judgment. Disney is such an all-encompassing entity with so much
it's hiding
to
behind
buy
some
that many
clouds
Disney
right now,
adults
though.
can go into debt without even having to go to the parks. They spend thousands on limited.
My Disney ear collection is complete. I won't be buying anymore. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Edition merch, collectibles, and literally anything with Disney printed on it. This really is overconsumption at its finest. I can't help but stare at all those Mickey ears and wonder what else could have been bought instead. They're not cheap either, around $50 each.
$50? Really?
Each. And I'm no Disney expert, I might be at this video, but I'm sure that the ears are bought to be worn in the parks. So does this create a plan on going to Disney over 100 times to wear each pair at a different time? I don't...
Probably, yeah.
No. There are so many Disney adults who have an absolutely insane amount of merch too. I don't want to be too judgmental, but at this point it just seems like hoarding. You don't do anything...
I want to be judgmental. I do. I think it's pathetic. I think people, instead of trying to start families of their own, they want to become eternal children. Like, I won't lie. Like, I thought it would be cool maybe to go to, like,
that dude trying to flank me.
Super Nintendo land. Like, that'd be cool. Like, if I was in the area, maybe I'd go to that if I went there with my friends or something. But, like, I mean, this is on another level. It is. It's another level. And even that, I would feel kind of silly doing, right? Is Peter Pan syndrome? Exactly.
Whoa!
With any of this,
Where'd you come from?
It's not like other collectibles, like Warhammer figures maybe, that people spend lots of time painting or having hundreds of books to read. It's just stuff. A lot of Disney merch can only be bought at specific parks too, not online or in any stores outside the parks. So there's an exclusivity of that makes it so much more popular. Ultimately, I can understand why parents want to take their kids to Disney even though they're in debt, but there are ways to make it cheaper. They can stay off-site instead of the park hotels to make it cheaper. Bring some of their own food and drinks, and maybe just stay for a shorter time. With Disney adults, I think they have so much debt already and will be going into more debt just to go to Disney. I just don't think it's worth going, to be honest. Now, I know this video is pretty finance heavy, so if you want to interact with more of the sort of cringe side of Disney adults, let me know in the comments below. And if you want to watch my full video on the plus-size park hoppers, click the video on the screen now. Follow my Instagram at BigCraigYT, subscribe to my main channel and my channel.
God damn it!
Thank you for watching, and I'll see
Where
you
did he come from?
I mean, obviously,
If you
like,
walk
I mean,
And where is he?
I don't understand how people can do this themselves. I really don't. Like, I think it's so embarrassing to see this, right? Not a bad video. Yeah, I like the video. I mean, I watched Big Craig's videos a number of times
Where you at,
before,
Pukey?
man. I have. Bugs in our cattle, we farm mentally ill people. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, the only thing
coming
that
up from
I have
behind,
that's
huh?
negative to say about Disney, about this whole thing, is that, like, y'all charge
Up with
way
that.
too much money. It's not affordable, number one. And number two, stop selling alcohol at a kid's park. Like, maybe I'm being fucking too conservative or too, like, traditional with this, but I just think that's weird, man. Like, I don't like the idea that people that are drunk are... Like, I don't think kids should be seeing that. I don't want kids seeing a bunch of drunk adults fucking around with each other, right? Like, I don't think that's... I don't think that's appropriate. It's not the word. Like, I mean, I don't get it. Like, I don't feel the way at all. They're farming the lifestyle people, just like how D&D and WoW pivoted to them. Yeah, exactly. And it's just really weird, man. Well, I hear you, but they serve alcohol at Applebee's. That's totally different. It's a completely different thing. It's a completely different situation. It's a restaurant. It's totally different. It's not like Disneyland, Disney World. I mean, this is supposed to be for, like, kids. And you got people going and doing this. Like, I mean, this is crazy. Like, it really is. And, like, I think that's really the main problem that a lot of these people have. I don't even want to look at that.
Doing good with this machete.
I don't want to look at
the
that
shit.
either. I don't want to look at that. Okay, all right.
What is that? Oh, that's a dog.
So, and it's just there's something about this to me where it's just so sad.
You eat
bro.
some breakfast.
It's so sad.
Have some
that you
coffee.
have all these people.
I'm
that
good to
feel
I'm
like
good.
they had a
Where's my
broken
machete?
childhood, which, in
Let's
my
go.
opinion,
Get some
I bet if you go
haircuts.
back, it probably wasn't that bad. but they basically want to rationalize and justify why they have to like try to reclaim and re-experience these things as an adult that they were supposed to experience in their mind because of a kid, because they were a kid. Like, and like I remember my dad would tell me that, you know, like the way that he would do that is that he says, well, you know, if I ever had my own son, I would make sure that he would get to do the things that I wanted to do whenever I was a kid with my dad. So like whenever I was a kid, my dad took me to like, you know, fucking Port Aransas and like other places like Galveston and like we would go out fishing and like, you know, we go and do other crazies and go out hiking and everything else like that. And like that's what we would do, right? And like, you know, like I would paint
Go over here, get my shit together,
dad, right, and shit like that. And so it's just the inversion.
Wow,
yeah. You have this feeling. This feeling is not extroverted outward to how can I make the world a better place so more people don't have the same experience that I did. It's more how can I undo my experience. And it's more of what I said, it's the gluttonous, self-referential, indulgent lifestyle that so many young, primarily millennial people have that I think is just destructive and disgusting. Like, you shouldn't, like, there's a perversion.
I think I got a new favorite weapon. Get away from me.
Of the human experience, that you have more people that want to become children again rather than have their own children. And I think that fundamentally, there's a huge problem there. There's a huge fucking problem. Reward yourself, it's a little selfish. Yeah, exactly, right? And it's just, pretty much the same thing. He said the line of redemption where he wants his kid to have the childhood he didn't get to have. Yeah, I mean, exactly. You're basically disgusted by base consumerism. Yeah, I am. I think it's gross. I think it's pathetic. It's indulgent.
Those aren't even power swings, man. I haven't used the power swing yet.
That I have in like a general sense is that when I feel like a person
bit me,
God damn it, inhibitions and their own desires, I think of them as less than a person. Like whether this is an addiction, whether it is a fixation, whether it's another form of pathology, whatever it is, like if somebody can't control themselves, I think that really, you know, I'd say it makes you like an animal, but even you can get a dog, you can train a dog to do this, right? And so like I can't, like, if you can't control yourself, are you really a human being? And like, you know, I have my answer. You know, so that's the way that I look at it. Yeah, I mean, overall, like, I just feel like the indulgence of this is just very unhealthy and it's weird. I'm gonna link y'all the video, give it a like.
Now, legally, Hassan Piker and his entire goon squad seem to be in
God damn it, I wanted that bag.
Anticipated. All right, this is what I was told.
Where am I?
Let's look at a bit of a legal
I think I'm behind it.
on how effed these
Oh, look at Moon just staring down at me all creepy.
Now under federal investigation, and this time the penalties can be very serious.
That's right. Treason is actually bad. Now, don't ask me why. For some reason, the entire Western world decided, you know what, you can just hate our country and betray it and help our enemies, and we're just we're gonna let you do that. We're kind of like okay with it. Now, I have a theory as to why that is. You know, we could get into the whole deep state whatever, but we don't even need to go. We can just acknowledge the fact that we actually do have pretty awesome programs. You know, like the death penalty. I'm not saying I want Hassan Piker to get the death penalty. I would much rather if he was just simply denaturalized, deported, and forced to exist in the Turkish country that he thinks is so fucking cool. Maybe China can invite him. He did so much propaganda for that after all.
Bringing up today on The Legal Mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney.
There we go.
Hassan Piker is no stranger to controversy and potentially filming his crimes.
Please just go back. Just stop.
Now,
I'm now a federal informant. You like that, bro? Want to hear something crazy, bro? Want to hear something insane? Did you know that Benjamin Netanyahu has a pet dog also named Kaya? Like I'm just saying, man. That's crazy.
This time it's not for Collargate, but this time it's for something serious as the Justice Department's Office of Foreign Assets probing India's participation in a March 2026 activist trip to Cuba. He was part of the Nuestra America convoy, which was deemed as a humanitarian aid convoy, but involved many activities.
Yeah. Some sort of humanitarian aid shit. It literally doesn't ever help anybody. Like, this is the same thing with the Gaza flood. We will all get onto flotillas. We will have more convicts to Gaza. Get basically deported by Israel. And then we're going to try it out. In case you've ever noticed, the reason why.
Oh, she was elite.
You had so much of this
Whoa, dude. Quit that shit.
But that's a discussion for another time.
In fact, advocate for violating U.S. law.
Edward Mortis, and he is a Palestinian currently studying for free
here in Palestine and Cuba.
Cuba, Palestine, ladies and gentlemen. Freaking dog! This guy's actually incredible. You know, I'm just thank God for Israel. Israel has exposed some unbelievable retards across the world. Like, holy shit, unbelievable.
Cuba, things are all too similar. Both our peoples are living.
Except it's completely different at the same time. Cuba people are starving and suffering because a communist government took over and starved fantastic people. And they're suffering because they keep starting wars and losing them.
Doing the same thing.
Not
because of the same enemy. I am ready to be on the battlefield.
Right. Both Cuba and Palestine are suffering at the hands of the same enemy. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, man. Like, these people are actually, they live in reverse. Their own little hyper-reality that is super effective on 85 IQ inbred retards.
For my people to support them on the front lines.
And the alleged issue says, essentially boils down to, did he violate official U.S. sanctions in his trip?
But listen, there is another part to this that's really important. If they subpoena this guy, they might get his hard drives, they might get text messages, they might find out he's actually in contact with, like, actual foreign terrorists. I mean, you know, because he literally had one of them on his stream one time. He had a Houthi pirate on his stream that was there, where they captured a civilian crew of, like, Indian people. You know, it's fucking crazy that happened, but it did. Right? Like, bro, this subpoena might just be opening the can of worms.
Cuba. Now we're going to get into those very specific and very, very serious allegations, but first, I have a very important message.
Yo, recently. More on that later.
Dealing in transactions that are prohibited with Cuba. So that could be financing, coordinating, or delivering goods you shouldn't have. Stamp
lawyer comment. Not do that, okay? Yes. Got the lawyer, a law firm as a sponsor. Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't need to hear it.
Transacting with Cuban government-owned or controlled entities. There's a list of hotels that are prohibited where you cannot stay in Cuba.
Because, you know, we're in the middle of toppling that government. It's really awesome, actually. Toppling any regime is fucking great. So many people, I really hate when Trump topples any regime. No, actually, that's pretty fucking cool. Pretty awesome. I'll tell you, I would rather my tax dollars go to topple enemy regime over giving drugs to homeless people in LA.
There's also other stuff you're not supposed to be doing while you're there. And the problem with Hassan and many live streamers is that they want to openly brag about Canadian crime.
Right. What are the deadly sins, if I'm not mistaken? Wow, how it gets you in the end.
In fact, Hassan Piker has encouraged people to commit theft.
Pro stealing from big corporations. Yeah, no, I'm pro piracy, like across the board. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like, you know, bank chaos, full chaos. Let's go. I mean, look.
So what OFAC has done here is they've requested information, so they've sought out more.
Hot take: we should not be importing people from countries that don't believe that stealing is a sin. That's my hot take. You could let me know your opinion in the comment section below, but if your opinion is different, not saying it can't happen. It's just
information to.
Don't be a pussy. Start reporting to Facebook.
Do a review of this actual trip, and in particular, foreign influence.
Oh shit! My gun broke.
That might happen.
How did?
Now,
Oh my goddamn leg is broke.
The penalties for this can be very serious, and Hassan Piker indeed is scared.
Is not great. Okay? They're after your boy. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that.
So the potential
Yep,
penalties
it takes
here
up the whole
can't
screen.
actually stack up. This is under the Cuban Assets Controls and Regulations
Let's
Act,
go.
which is enforced via the
Marcus Rubius, first of his name, if you can hear me. Please, please.
International Emergency Economics Power.
God, it would be so funny.
IEPA. So there's two sides to this, a civil side and a criminal side. On the civil side, the penalties can be up to $91,000 per violation. So the issue is here, if you go on one of these trips, let's say you're out there on a long trip and you're doing multiple things, especially if you're live streaming, once again being your own star witness, you might violate several of these provisions. So maybe you're bringing in or transacting with goods you're not supposed to bring in or you're not supposed to buy. Maybe you're staying at a hotel you're not supposed to stay at or something.
Can I just say, whatever federal agent is forced to sit through Hassan Piker's streams for this, that is a fucking patriot right there. That man deserves his government paycheck.
I think that's linked to the Cuban government and prohibited. So we have multiple transactions, so that 91K can stack up against you, and that is indeed the lowest level.
Bro, why are they like? The funny thing is, this is such a universally beloved move. I don't know why they would not throw the book at him. Like, this would be fucking awesome on every single level.
But on the highest level, for willfully doing these things,
It's gonna happen. I
for
called it. It's
going
gonna
out
happen.
and saying, "Yep, I did."
Nostradamus here.
Who cares? So what? And bragging about it, which many of these influencers actually go out and do. You can have fines for up to $1 million on the corporate side for most individuals, about $250,000, $250K on the individual side. But you can also face a prison for up to 10 years. So there is actual real prison time that can be behind willful violation. Now, it's very clear that this has not been pressed yet, but it's still on the table. Now, in practical cases, when we look at these things, most of these violations for first-timers or non-egregious offenses are typically civil penalties. We typically slap them with some sort of fine. So it might be a 10, 20, 30, 40K fine. Once again, up to 91K. These things can add up. Hassan Piker's got money, but if you hit him with a couple of these, I mean, that's a dent in his Labubu budget. Now, we're going to see where this actually plays out, but where I see this happening and being a problem with Piker, whether or not he gets into any problems here, is to look at this pattern of behavior of encouraging criminality, encouraging breaking the law. It's only a matter of time for somebody's motivated enough to get him on camera saying something and actually punish him.
They were waiting. They were lying in wait. Just know they were going to arrest him, and Marcus Rubius sat down and was like, give him some more time. Maybe he'll say something stupid, like tell his audience they killed Rick Scott. And then the motherfucker does it. He's like, all right, we're going to get him. No, wait, hold on. Maybe he'll interview a Houthi terrorist. Bro, this guy is so fun. I'm just saying, and it's all fake. And all the videos are on my channel. All right, listen, I've covered this extensively. What can I say?
Punish him. He's gotten away with many of his crimes because they've been local crimes. The local California PD is not that motivated. Many of them are probably politically aligned with Piker, so they might agree with him on other issues and therefore not want to prosecute him. So he's gotten away with a lot, but the feds are not necessarily going to fall into that camp. And they might look at this and say, no, this is an on-your-face violation here, and actually hold him to task. And I cannot wait till the day comes that Hassan Piker actually reaps some of what he's sown. Because once again...
Oh, it's going to happen. You know it's going to happen. And now, apparently, Hassan Piker's cronies are also losing losses.
Frozen has eaten her legal costs. We're going to get into this.
Bro, it's amazing! All my odds
on the legal
dropping
mindset.
like flies. Operation Do Nothing to Win. It's crazy.
We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. So for those that have been following this case, we obviously have our defendant Frogan here, who is embroiled in a lawsuit over copyright infringement for the Hassan Piker content nuke. Now also in that lawsuit were Caseytron and Denims, but of course Caseytron, as we saw, stepped out.
As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, to pay the remaining funds to the clients.
And Denims is ready to take this to trial, ready to take this all the way. But we've always been waiting on Frogan and what she's going to do. There was a lot of speculation about Frogan, thinking she might settle, much the same way as Caseytron, while some were saying she was dedicated to fighting this to the end like Denims, and she was a true warrior. Well, we now have figured out exactly what's going to happen, and that is she is going to default on this case. And that's because today we have filed in the U.S. District.
Did she just not respond?
Court, the Central District for California, we had filed a request for default judgment against the...
Dude, I cannot believe this, bro. Lone Barneson, they got a Jewish judge. They got Jewish lawyers and shit. It's so over. It's so over.
Defendant Morgan Kamal Majid. That is exactly Frogan in this case. So what is a motion for default judgment? That's a motion essentially saying, hey, they haven't responded. They've passed the deadlines. So now we're going to assume liability. So once this is accepted by the court and approved by the court, liability is completely on Frogan. She gives up the fair use defense. She no longer argue the law. All of that is out.
These retards are just finding out. It's crazy.
Only thing left after this is damages. So you can argue over damages. So she would have a chance to speak up and say, no, the damages aren't that much, or let's argue over the damages. But essentially, the trial is over. It's done. She's lost after this point. So let's get through the facts to figure out exactly how bad this was and how much Frogan did not put up a fight. But before we move on, there's an important message I want you guys to
He's putting my sponsor. It's not really my sponsor. Okay, listen. I may have got him the link, but
Plaintiff Penn Entertainment hereby requests the clerk enter default in this matter against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid, PKA Frogan, on the grounds that the defendant has failed to appear or otherwise respond to the complaint within the time prescribed in the Federal Rules of Procedure. Now understand, this is not asking much. All that would be required is a very simple filing. You could have told her lawyer, hey, I'm on a budget. Hey, I don't want to spend that much money. Hey, try to keep this to, just a one page with a bare bones. Let's just give a basic complaint response so we don't default. They could have kept that case for the amount. You can tell your lawyer, hey, keep this the bare minimum. I want to delay this. I want to try to push this off. That's definitely something to tell their lawyer, but they didn't even give that, and they've had almost a year at this point, so since August of last year. So this was filed, of course, June 19th of last year. July 17th of last year, Frogan got the complaint. And on August 5th of last year, they had a joint stipulation to extend her deadline from August to October and also give her time for these filings. Since then, they also engaged in settlement negotiations. Now, the counsel for both sides can't talk about the details.
You're not using that head.
However, I would like to speculate if I may, and I would like to say they probably did the bare minimum in negotiations to make it kick down the line.
Dude, that guy does not want to go down.
Obviously, they didn't come up with an agreeable settlement, and I think
people have all slandered me on their broadcast. They come after me personally. They're all enforcing terrorism. They hate our fucking country, and now they are eating it. Oh my god, it's incredible. It's really incredible. This is better than cinema. Bro, I have never seen a more pro-American story ever. And that includes all the goy slop coming out of Hollywood. I'm not even kidding. This is insane.
during this period of time,
like, think about how crazy this is. Immigrant into America, completely ungrateful bitch, tries to destroy America from within, helps all of our enemies, goes to jail, gets obliterated by the entire fucking internet, gets sued, gets annihilated, defaults on her lawsuit,
fix my gun.
Jabba the Hutt takes another L. Bro, you can't make this shit up.
Logan was looking at Casey trying in her settlement.
But in the meantime,
thinking, hey, look, if I
chop some
I'm
heads.
gonna have to give all of my legal defense fund over to Ethan Klein. And instead of doing that, let me kick this down the can and use those funds for my Big Macs. Yes, the giant mountain of Big Macs that we can all enjoy. Logan bowing down on. But use that for the Big Mac fund over the Big Macs are not heroic. This period of time, and as I whittle this down, we'll eventually just not ignore and hey, maybe we'll go away. And maybe she got advice to be okay for her to just ignore this and default. Yeah, forget about it. He's not actually.
I knew someone was behind me.
Tell me, lazy piece of shit streamer that's never done anything useful in her life. The fucking hire of the streamer universe. To actually fucking fight against a Jew in a lawsuit? God damn it, bro! Another L for Palestine! Unreal! Unreal, bro! It's crazy, it's crazy. I don't know if you heard the news, though. They're actually changing the definition for the word genocide in the dictionary. They're changing it to Palestinians started the war and lost.
It's going to look bad, or you're going to become some sort of sob story. Well, that's not the case. The court, of course, at this point, had every right to issue a default judgment, which is what they're requesting.
All right.
So they informed them on April 20th that they intended to proceed the litigation for 3 weeks, and their deadline to respond was that term that they done, and now boom, they're in default judgment territory. Now, how is this not a scam? Because if we look at her legal defense fund, her lawsuit defense fund on GiveSendGo, she raised almost $40,000, $38,756, including donations that were running up to this day. She was getting donations very, very recently that were coming into her fund. So she's still out there grifting for her legal defense, despite the fact that she hasn't really used this for legal defense. Really, there's been no filings on her part, significant filings, over almost a year, since August of last year. She really hasn't done anything. So what's going on? Where did all this money go? Didn't she have to use that for legal funds? Well, I called this out last year, and she's been absolutely right yet again that she tucked some weasel words in here so she didn't get hit with scamming or fraud allegations. So if we turn back to the actual language that she tucked into that GiveSendGo legal defense fund, you can see it says here, this fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with what she's talking about. Right. Any counterclaims that have against her, she can't file any counterclaims if she defaults. That's totally that's BS. And then some other bills, personal expenses from lost wages and damages arising from litigation. So her whole course is going to be bet.
Scamming her audience in broad daylight. That's crazy. All of her audience paid the Demi tax, the jizya, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them.
On personal expenses and bills. So she used this for rent. She used this for chowing down on fried chicken, whatever else she did. But I mean, she was not using this for this fund, and because of that, she's able to say, "Hey, I didn't scam you because I put personal expenses in there. So you can't sue me. You guys can't come back and say I defrauded you because hey, I disclosed this could be my personal expenses." So in judgment here, looking at this, I absolutely.
Oh no, her poor fans! No. Anyway.
Wow, there's a lot of bags down here.
Logan ate the fun.
Believe that she clearly used this for her personal expenses chiefly. Because she really didn't do anything in this lawsuit significantly, her legal bills probably no more than a couple $1,000s in this, over totally based on what she did. She really didn't have to spend more than that for what she's done so far. It really isn't that expensive to just, go and have settlement negotiations.
It's really not. It's not expensive at all to just default and not do a lawsuit.
Thank you.
Bare bones work, etc. And not even filing a response, a basic, short, 1-2 page response, something very simple, is absolutely disgraceful, having put up a legal defense fund. Not even putting up a fight, not even taking this to summary judgment or a further stage where she could try to make an attempt to argue the law, try to do what Denims did. She's not even gone as far as Denims, right? Denims has even shown, hey, she's going to put up some level of fight in this. She hasn't even tried. Frogan has been sitting in her room, not doing anything with this.
She's fat.
They're getting a little higher.
Fat people things. What can I say? She ate the funds.
I think I averaged 53 on yesterday's stream. But that was a Sunday, so.
Alone are up to 150K, and that doesn't include any of Frogan's profits or Ethan's lost revenue. So if they're able to cobble together 50 or 100K of lost profits or Frogan's revenue,
I lost where that cop was.
As well as attorney's fees, because Ethan can tack his attorney's fees onto this. That's certainly going to be expensive, because we all know that Ethan has the best.
Coming up behind me now.
That's certainly going to get over 200K. So we're looking at a six-figure amount. That's going to be a lot for Frogan. Who's constantly begging for money. So what do I think her strategy is? I think it's to declare personal bankruptcy. I think her strategy all along has been to deplete these funds. So even if Ethan Klein wins, she can say, hey, that fund is empty. I already drained that fund. So you can't get anything from that. And I am personally broke. She will declare bankruptcy after the judgment. So hey, you're not going to get anything from me. So I think that's the strategy.
Oh my
Now,
God.
that doesn't always work out. In some cases, there can still be liability attached. It's going to be up to the client to figure out that and fight that battle. But I think that's going to be her strategy in all of this. But without a doubt, we can say that Frogan aged.
I need 75. Hang on, if you give me a sec here.
An entire posse of retards are just getting legally obliterated. And I just get to sit here and watch. God,
I can.
thank you so
Hang
much.
on, I'll look on my phone right quick.
My job. I can sit here and watch
At
my
the
ops
current
collapse,
stream.
themselves. It's beautiful. Another example of Muslims starting some shit and then losing miserably and then crying victim. Oh God, dude, it's crazy how this keeps happening. Might be the inbreeding. I don't know. More.
This is actually to the minute. Hang on. Right now, I'm averaging 46 viewers. My 57 was my max. And my average viewers, that's plus 20 from my last stream.
All these Freakos and Shank Younger and Hassan Piker, they're all like this. It's unbelievable stuff.
As an educator,
My phone's got an up. Will tell me my analytics
Here she is
up to the minute.
Tahoe, another paid protesting leader that was exposed.
I can check it again in a little bit to see if it improves.
At protest. None of this is grassroots.
But as you can see by my count at the top of my screen, my average can't be above 56 right now. Well, it just dropped down to 55.
Here she is again with Tahoe alongside Mahmoud Khalil. When she's arrested, Singham is there to bail her out. You can see the People's Forum announced that her and David Chung, another paid protester who gets paid $75,000 a year to protest, were both arrested. You can get David Chung's treatment file that consists of never-seen-before research. Mayan speaks at the People's Forum about her Marxist agenda. They actually teach classes advocating for Marxism at the People's Forum. Mayan celebrated Hamas's atrocities.
Yeah, I could send you them like by the date too. Like I could send you like all of last week's.
Terrorist attack going on. It's almost every single time. It's the craziest thing ever.
Resistance. Mayan reposts words from Nasrallah, the former leader of Hezbollah, saying, "Who would have thought so many young people would support Palestine? This woman in America is being paid money to promote the words of terrorists who have killed American soldiers."
I ran out of bullets. I have shot over 1,000 rounds.
Insane. Yeah, anyway, I'm really glad that people are actually doing the research.
Well, it'll be ending soon, so I can probably clean up with my...
The breakdown of narrative. Alright, don't let the retards...
No,
Pakistani bot farms.
No, I haven't. I just... I've been putting everything else off until I get partnered. That's what I've been working on. I mean, I am close. But if I run out of time, it's basically I got to start over. It's
a lot of their views, in my opinion, are not coming from the Now it's done a game theory. Definitely subscribe. I did the deep dives and all the things. If you disagree with me, that is your right. That is your God-given right as an American.
Give me
with everything I say. All right, I appreciate it immensely. I'm always looking for other perspectives. If you disagree, let me know in the comments. I'm always happy to see what you think I got wrong. I've been wrong before. It happens. It's rare, but it happens. What I America. We are fucking killing terrorists.
Damn it.
Don't let these empathetic retards and Islamists convinced that actually no. Let them continue doing their pedophilia, mass killing, and the threats on our life in their own peaceful corner of the region. It's not like it's going to affect us. We assassinate our president multiple times. Your PSYOP and Netanyahu, if you're watching this, I have very good reason to believe that there is a dog-abusing Twitch streamer that is in line to become the next Ayatollah. Please send it in the Air Force for air superiority immediately, Mr. Netanyahu. Please! He is minutes away from acquiring a nuclear bomb. Bye!
Yeah, I can show you right now.
Just before we get started, I do want to say that this video is brought to you by CuriosityStream. More on them in just a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Casual
I need...
As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon. What happens here if you're new to
this
the show?
Is the
well, first of all,
last 1 to 30 days. I need one more in this category, and then this is the last 31 to 60 days.
one of the writers on this channel.
This
has
is
written me a
basically
script.
the one
I've
I
never
need
read
to
it
get up
before.
to
I,
6.
Of course, heard of this case.
But
it's extremely famous. It's the John Bennett Ramsey
eventually
case.
it will.
And,
What I
what a
need
way
to do
to
is
start my
get
Tuesday.
this up to
The murder of a
6 and keep
6-year-old.
it at
Brilliant.
6 until
gonna be
this
a
turns to
cheery
6.
Rest of the day while I think about the murder of children.
This
who are
is
close to my own children's age. Not really, my kids.
From 3:31 to 4:30.
But still, it's children. I don't like it.
And this will be
I mean, I like
5:1 to
children, I don't like them getting
5:31.
murdered.
So I
Controversial
need to get
statement
this
there,
to
Simon.
6, and
Let's get
then
into it.
during actually I can't. I believe I'm starting over. But anyway, my point is
whenever I write a script for one of Simon's cold
I need
reads,
at least
I always try to remember to tell people to get in the comments. At
that
some
would be
point
4,
in the episode. Yeah,
5,
to say
5
something. I know
more
you do.
streams
And
that
I have to
are
cut it out because while this is a YouTube
75
channel, it's also a podcast, and I like to kind of keep it as
viewers
generic
are
as possible, so
on
people can
average of
enjoy
75
whether they're
viewers or
listening,
better.
People can enjoy whether they're watching.
And
rather
right
than
now
just
my
treating it as
average was what?
specifically one thing or the other. The way I describe it is it's a show. It's not a YouTube channel. It's not a podcast.
46
it's a show.
viewers.
And that also makes me
I'm
sound
averaging right
pretentious,
now.
so that's nice. However, today is different. Of course, I want to feed the analytics gods, but at the same time, because they're
And I've even been trying to cheat it by cutting my
I don't want to hear it
streams
That's why
shorter
we're opening by getting aggressive with the
by
audience.
as soon as my viewers drop off.
People are
But
free to,
still,
like,
it's
spout off
I
their
haven't
own
got it
opinions.
high enough
I
yet.
made a video on one of my other
So
channels about conspiracy theories.
I'm trying. I mean, I'm getting up there sometimes. Some days I pull in over 100. I just can't. They just don't stay long enough. We'll go see what your sister's doing. Making all kinds of ruckus in the other room.
Oh, he brought his wife out. Oh my god. And this one, okay, let me see if I can get this one to work. And I'm gonna copy paste this over and find it. So yeah, okay, all right. So this dude, right?
Yeah,
it's
but
real.
since I put
Here's
Twitch on my
Graham
phone, I
Platner's
can
active
actually
profile
see
on
my
Kick, a predator's paradise,
real-time
known as a hotbed
average.
for child pornography, kidnapping, and sexual abuse. Kick. So it's not K-I-C-K, it's just K-I-K. I think I've heard of this before, right? It's like kind of like Telegram or something like that. Sure. And Lego Situations really had. I mean, like, again, there's plenty of people, like, there are weirdos that use every app. Like, it doesn't mean that he's that kind of a weirdo that's using it just because of that. But, like, I
And the
feel
moon
like
hasn't
it's
even
not
gone
really
down
legal.
yet.
And there's also
That's how big
this.
it
What
was.
is this? Can I find it? And Graham, what is this here?
Oh, there you are.
So,
Yeah, Bright Beacon was just asking about you.
So people were even calling him out for that too. Fighting against Republican attacks on trans kids.
Give these horror scenarios of boys and
All he did is he asked if I still worked with you, and I said, yeah, but we kind of put everything on hold until I made partner. So, which I just showed everybody. It'll be soon. Hopefully by the end of this month.
How he's saying this right now.
Well, it has to be by the end of
Meanwhile,
this
now,
month, or I just can't afford to
you have
do
a
it
ton of
anymore.
Doctors that have lost lawsuits against detransition surgeries. Transition surgeries. So, like, actually, I think the probability of that's really high.
Which really brings me to
what is with this all?
and Jack mentioned this, but I think
Alright, let me go
it
clean
is
up.
very clear that the fact that this policy
Yeah, so I don't know if you're in contact with him or something. I don't know if he needs to talk to you or something. I don't know. He just asked if I still worked with you, and I said, yeah, it's just we've slowed down a little bit.
Well, it doesn't look good for Graham Platner, because now another guy that has come out in favor
He's my
of,
promoter.
men being in women's restrooms and all
He's
kinds of
making
problems
viewers
like
for
that.
me.
Morning.
It
If you
turns
try to
out
say
that
it's a
he's
good
a bit
morning,
of a, at
there's
least
the
a fuckboy, right?
goddamn
We
door.
don't know if he's actually done anything seriously wrong. I haven't seen it, but we're going to find out. Let me look and see. Obviously, Kyle Platner could have
Yes, you're
sexted my
paying.
mom, and I'd still
You're
vote for
leaving.
him. Honestly, Kyle, I think everybody believes you. There is nobody that doesn't think that's true. I completely believe him. As always, they're groomers. Yeah, we know. We sure do. It's so hard to believe people like that exist. The willful denial of reality is crazy. Well, I don't know why either. So, Genevieve McDonald, a former state legislator who was the Platner campaign's political director before leaving in October, says Mr. Gertner told her and her husband that he had been exchanging sexual message with
son
as
of a
many as a
bitch.
dozen
That's all you're
women.
gonna buy?
A current Platner campaign official said Mr. Platner had been communicating with up to 6 women.
So you've got this guy, and by the way, real quick, remember whenever I said that a lot of these guys use these politics as a mating strategy. Yeah, the main point is this was leaked by his manager. Yeah, and apparently his wife even came out and made a video talking about it, right? So it only took 0
Oh my
days
God,
for
what
him
happened to it?
Right, huh? So there you go. Boys will be boys. I guess so. And let me go and I'll find a couple
There it
more
is.
of these here.
I accidentally shut it off.
Yeah,
that was sorry about that.
this
I
is
didn't
his
know.
wife. He actually
I
got
have
his
no
wife
idea
out
how
there
long it
to,
was been like that.
respond
That's
to this.
probably
I
why
haven't
he
watched this. This
asked.
is the
Oh my
first time I've
God.
seen it.
I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I got it back on there. Sorry about that.
I'm eaten by bugs. I wanted to make a statement today in response to a couple of news articles that are out there about my marriage to Graham.
I got to make sure I pay attention to that screen a little more often.
2023. We live in Sullivan.
Yeah.
We've got 2 dogs.
Wow.
And
Because yeah, my OBS is set up on a different screen than the one I play on, so I don't pay attention to it all that often, except for when I'm starting and stopping the stream, pretty much,
that there's a group of
or adjusting sound
media
levels.
outlets
Yeah.
and people who are willing to spread
Hey,
gossip.
you mind not bumping my keyboard
instead
there?
of talking about real issues that Graham
Give me a little space here.
is running on, like healthcare and education and childcare.
Right.
I'm walking up and down my road
So there's not. So she's not even denying it.
right now, and this is like my 20th take. This is very hard to do.
Walking or doing it?
I just really wanted to make sure that everyone knows that.
No, I just. It's right next to my intro.
Dude, he did it.
There's a little thing that I have to click.
Yeah,
like, hang on, I'll show you.
Dude,
I just have to hit one button, and my intro comes up.
I mean, what are we doing?
Your
Like, it's
ad
just so
is right
obvious.
next to that intro button. So I think I might have accidentally hit
Being newly
your
married,
ad instead of the intro.
fertility is hard.
I think that's what
Being
happened.
newly married, going through
My biggest
infertility,
concern is I don't know when I did it, so it might have been down for a couple days, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't know I did that.
to describe what we've been going
But
through.
yeah, I think that's what happened.
Probably, you know how many people this happens?
But no, I didn't.
Everybody. Shit happens to everybody.
If
It's
I'm
not
mad
even-
at
it's
you,
not even a
believe
big
me,
deal.
you'll know about it.
Like, damn, bitch.
I'm not shy about it.
It's like she's going through a war. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not.
Counselor helps.
Yeah, if I'm mad at you,
You
that's
got
not the
marriage
kind of thing
counselor
I'm gonna
too?
keep
Yeah,
from
so
you.
This is just the tip of the iceberg now.
My personal counselor
Who gets a marriage counselor if there aren't any problems? I never heard of that.
helps. Graham's personal counselor helps.
So he's got a personal counselor too? What the hell's going on with them? They got 2 counselors? Whoa, bro, what the fuck?
And we work on our mental health every day.
You work on our mental health every day. That is, bro, I have never heard somebody say that phrase that wasn't a fucking idiot. Like, oh, we work on our mental health. Yeah, I'm sure you do. And, wow. Yeah, by the way, that counselor isn't a woman, is
I
it?
got
by
a
chance?
hangover, so just keep it down. You
It's
hungry or
perfect.
No marriage
something?
is perfect. And
No marriage is perfect. Man, just come out and say, like, yeah, he did it. We had
Why
problems.
would you-
We're resolving it. I still support my husband. It is what it is. I want privacy. Why? I mean, why do you have to go around? Like, I feel like people always like talking around shit. And the more, like, it's like kind of like, you ever try and pull like a toy out of a dog's mouth, right? You pull a toy out of a dog's mouth,
buddy.
and the dog's like, ah, you know. But then, like, if you just slowly go, whoop, and it's fine, right? It's okay. And so, you know, really, I think it's the same thing. Like, people don't want to get the runaround. People don't want to get goofed around and fucked around and told
Don't
that
test my
what's
patience.
obviously happening
It's
isn't
thinner
happening,
than
right?
your wallet.
So it's weird.
I
Keep
don't
the
want
rest of all this crap.
I want my marriage.
I
That's
don't
all
want
you're gonna
a perfect
buy?
marriage. Says the woman who isn't in a perfect marriage. That is, dude, this is Honestly, I'm starting to feel bad for her. This is bad. Why do people fucking cheat? Why do people cheat? Well, I don't know. Why don't you think about it?
Because they're selfish?
Sorry, black flies. I knew the man that I married is wonderful and dynamic and probably a genius.
Wow. What a good guy.
I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount.
Rationalized. Now we're going to begin the rationalizations of like trauma he went through and problems that he had that are now going to be used to make him sympathetic, so his perceived bad behavior is not looked at negatively.
Of violent, active combat. And he's been in therapy for years. I admire the fuck out of him.
Okay.
So when there are news articles about our marriage, it's just extra shitty.
Uh-huh.
Can I say that online? I hope I can.
Get used to it. That's what happens whenever you're in the public. You get people talking about. I get people that do shit like that all the time. People gonna have opinions about what you do. Like that's just the way it is.
It's extra shitty because people in Maine want affordable gas. They want to be able to see their...
Nah, here's the problem, right? And you say, before somebody says, oh, what about Trump? Trump's the same thing. I say the same thing about Trump. You can't rely on somebody. If you can't even respect the sanctity of your marriage, why could you ever expect this person to respect the sanctity of their campaign promises? Like, if you can't even hold it down and keep it even-handed with your own life, how can anybody expect you to have any level of self-control or decision-making
He does
in
got
like
a point.
larger scale? That's just the truth. And like the people that like what it really is. So these are people not to trust. You can't say a race. Fat people. Cheaters, drug addicts, alcoholics, people with face tattoos, gamblers, birthing persons. Yeah, that's true.
I can tell you right now.
Let's see.
People with
I'm
face
thinking about-
tattoos
that's where I
are
would really
probably
start.
the most uninteresting
So,
people
and the
you will
reason
ever meet.
why is that all these people have one thing in common, and that is a lack of self-control. These people cannot control their impulses. They cannot
Oh, I
control
forgot
their
to cure my
desires,
disease.
And because of that, they will inevitably undo
Where's the door?
themselves in the process of that inability. So, for example, a gambler will lose their money. A person with face tattoos clearly doesn't have a lot of thinking for the future. Alcoholics don't realize what they're doing to their body. Drug abusers, it kind of goes without saying. Cheaters will do, like, in the willingness to engage in indulgence is something that generally makes somebody a bad leader and not someone that you want to be relying on. You don't want to rely on a person that indulges their own base desires.
Doctor when they're sick.
So you can't rely on him to
They
do
want to
any
be
of
able
it.
to send like their kids to a nice school, a nice daycare facility, and raise families the way that they want to. So I think I'm feeling angry today.
By the way, like, nobody actually has a problem with any of those policies. We generally agree with it. Everybody agrees with those policies. That's clearly not why people are criticizing your husband. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the fact that he thinks that trans women are women. It has to do with the fact that, you know, he said that, you know, there's something positive about the Taliban whenever he was in the army. It has to do with the fact that, you know, he thinks that, like, we should have illegals, like, we should provide these services to illegal aliens or to immigrants that don't pay
to the tax system. Like, that's the reason why people are disagreeing with it. Like, if his only thing, the Nazi tattoo, yeah, they don't like the Nazi tattoo. Again, like, I don't know really what that's the story on that is, but yeah. So it's like you very clearly, like, you can't just... What people like Graham Plattner do is they try to talk past the sale by assuming that all of their identity politics issues are not important, and they only care about these other, you know, seemingly important issues like the economy and everything else. Well, if you only cared about the economy and you only cared about, you know, childcare, and you thought this was the most important thing, why are you willing to light all of that on fire if you're not able to put men into women's bathrooms? Well, the reason why is because they're using that as a carrot on a stick, and whenever you take the carrot, you get the stick. And that's the problem.
And I don't normally make public statements.
Yeah.
But it's really important for me to tell all of you out there, especially people who are voting in Maine, that I think it's shameful behavior to spend time and energy and resources on negative ads and negative stories on Graham when all he's trying to do is improve the lives of people who work for a living.
What a lie. What a lie. That's just, what a lie. How is it improving anybody's life by letting men into a women's restroom? Like, what are you doing?
Thing. And that's it. He doesn't have any other agenda, which is what I think people are trying to dig up.
That's like, they also try to say that,
in 2023,
oh, those gender-affirming surgeries are life-saving. And I guarantee you, never in the history of ever has anyone's life ever been saved by cutting their dick off. Never. It doesn't happen. It just... medically, it doesn't make sense.
And
she's not denying it. She's saying mean things. Yeah.
I think we deserve better.
Deserve? What do you mean deserve better? Deserve better for what?
And
wait, what?
I don't know what else to say. So if you're editing this video, I'm really sorry. Thanks for watching.
Jesus, how embarrassing. And so he gets his wife, does he even... So does he even respond to this himself? He doesn't even respond to the accusations himself. So he posts his wife responding to it. Dude. So you put your wife out there. Oh my God, that is embarrassing, man. He's busy with the whores? I guess so. And bitch behavior? I guess so. He made his wife. Yeah, dude, how do you go and make your wife come out and try to absolve you for cheating on her? Like, that is the nastiest, most snake shit that you can do. And just made him look worse. It does. This video, Graham Plattner of a wife, marriage 2003. What is this here? Marriage counselor have their own individual therapists. So 3 therapists help one couple stay together and deal with their mental health. If you need 3 therapists to cope with day-to-day life, you should not be in the U.S. Senate. Like, I'm sorry, but people like to joke about Laura Loomer, you know, everything like that. She's right. If you need 3 therapists to cope with day-to-day life, you shouldn't be in the Senate. Like, I'm sorry, this is crazy. What are we talking about?
This guy just crawling out of nowhere.
We expect to do that.
All right, that's it. Everybody gets set on fire.
Yeah, I guess so. It's been 3 years, three therapists. Oh my God.
God, I hit him so hard the fire went out.
And how shitty of you to put her in this position in the first place, dude. It's just so fucking weird, man. Oh my God. Marginalized groups that they
Where was I? I was doing this systematically.
As kind of leverage in order for them to push their
their
worldview.
Where did that come from?
People do what they want, basically.
Telling everybody murdering eugenicists if they don't cater to what you want.
It's a bit much, right? It's a little bit much.
Prior videos. This pink-haired person is Courtney, who is a 28-year-old asexual autistic person with low support needs who also has...
I said they were a fucking millennial, didn't I? I knew it.
ADHD. Did I get all those tags perfectly correct? I wouldn't want to be called a bigot.
Oh my gosh, I had an autistic meltdown this weekend and went non-verbal. Actually, that would be a verbal shutdown. Huh? Because being non-speaking or non-verbal is the permanent state of using words and other forms besides voice. You don't experience that, and you don't have to co-opt someone else's language to describe that experience.
Right,
These are people that have no problems in their life. Literally no problems at all. I can't stand her. These are the people, by the way, that get into positions of power at HR and other types of moderation places in society, and then they want to tell you how to live.
Soul is the person who made the honest mistake and not the one who is meticulously correcting everyone. Anyway, basically all of Courtney's content is centered around what level of the victim tier you're on, and she seems to revel in collecting various diagnoses like autism and ADHD, so she can use that to claim that she is disabled and therefore oppressed, which really is just a personality trait that everyone finds annoying, because ultimately, the reason that they're playing the victim oppression game is to shield themselves from any criticism of their behavior.
That's exactly right. Yeah, anytime you attack them, you're attacking their disability or their identity. And then you're a bad person.
Which brings us to a video that I made a little while back called Why the LGBT Movement is Failing.
Oh, no.
That included an entire 10 seconds of Courtney talking about some BS about being non-binary. And I basically responded with the same sentiment of this meme.
Oh, there he is. Oh!
I want everybody to know that I'm offended by everything.
Once you see the bad haircut and the pink hair, you know this person's going to be annoying and offended by everything.
Yeah, they're just annoying and obnoxious. You also can't be, like, I mean, besides a medical, like, abnormality, you can't be non-binary. Like, you're either a man or a woman. Like, that's just how it is. I mean, you can say that you're not, but saying that you're not doesn't make you not. It's common sense.
And I mean, was I wrong? Is the stereotype incorrect? Wow, is this what you look like without the pink anime character hair? Jeez. This is what 4 years of college will do to a person. Now, a normal person would see criticism like that and either ignore it or make a video response.
Oh, jeez.
But since Courtney has the maturity of a 7-year-old like Illymation, who also thought...
I mean, yeah, she does. She has the room of a 7-year-old, too.
People should not be allowed to criticize her. She decided to fight dirty and file a copyright strike on my video on her to get it removed.
What?
I made this video here responding to that, where I pointed out that it's ridiculous that she's striking my video over a 10-second clip. I said that she's...
So she's... Why am I not surprised? Yep, there you go. I have multiple disabilities and I never behave like this. I apologize. Sometimes being hard to deal with instead. Listen, bro, like, everybody knows that a bunch of attention-starved, bored, white liberal Karens that live in an upper-middle-class family are not responsible for every disabled person. We know they are an invasive species. That they are. They're an invasive species. And nobody's blaming you. Nobody thinks you did anything wrong. You're not in the same group as them. And you know it, I know it, and everybody else knows it.
Engaging in copyright abuse to silence people she doesn't like.
Yep.
And I ended that
Ho's
video by
mad.
saying that I would be fighting the strike.
Ho's
now
mad.
we're all caught up to everything that's already been discussed on this channel. So to continue my point about my dislike of people who constantly play the victim card.
Isn't this building in Star Fox? In like the first level, you have to like shoot it right here. It's red and it breaks the building.
Allow me to use this next segment to point out how their demeanor completely shifts the minute they feel they have the opportunity to fight dirty and victimize the people they don't like. By the way, I love how much of this parallels the Illymation drama from last year, where she tried to multiple times get me deplatformed because I made a video criticizing her. Anyway, getting to the part where she continues to fight dirty, after I released the dedicated video on her talking about her abusing the copyright system, Courtney
I basically just got to clear the area.
On today's episode of Alt-Right Creators Doing What...
How is everybody that disagrees with you
I
all
knew it.
right?
As soon as I saw that, I thought it looked
Don't
sketchy.
you realize that, like, maybe you're using this a bit too much?
But they do
Maybe it's a little bit too often, right?
You know what's really funny? These people are so obsessed with making sure that everyone labels them properly, yet anytime they are faced with people who have differing opinions, they mislabel them as alt-right or Nazis. I'm not alt-right. Alt-right is a bunch of white supremacists who want an ethno-state, and I have openly stated many times that I don't like racism or identity politics.
You should never even try to explain it to them, because explaining it to them gives their accusations credibility. It's a baseless, stupid accusation with a vague term that nobody even has a definitive definition of.
It's just a person trying to demonize you and basically make you look bad. That's all.
So it's nice to see that Courtney believes she deserves a respect that she doesn't give to other people.
Of course.
Moving on. Think Before You Sleep posted a large anti-trans rant video.
Oh.
It was not anti-trans. It was a video talking about how sociopathic the activists are.
Anytime that a trans person does something wrong, if you tell them that it's wrong, you're transphobic.
Even LGBT
Did you guys
people
know that?
don't like the activist. I mean, if I can't say that it's wrong for Lily Tino to dress like Miss Rachel and then advertise an OnlyFans account on the same page, then Courtney is basically saying that people can't criticize anything a gay person does or a trans person does.
That's exactly right. That's why they like to identify as those groups. Now you're starting to understand it. These people want to be able to behave with complete impunity and to do whatever and say whatever they want. And so what they do is they create identities for themselves that make them victims, so anybody who attacks them is now labeled as some sort of bad person. That's the reason why they do it.
Think Before You Sleep posted a large anti-trans rant video and got mad when I got it removed for copyright because it illegally used my content, and they still don't know how copyright works. They? Are you misgendering me, Courtney? I am not a they, them. And last, here's the best part. After complaining about cyberbullying,
Dude fell off the roof. Did you see that? He's dead now, but he did fall off the roof.
I would appreciate it, as I'm being spammed by their alt-right followers right now.
I have no problem with people saying to downvote or to comment, but to tell people to report the video, that's a little bit much.
And then she leaves a link to my video in the post, followed by a screenshot showing that she watched an ad. Thanks, Courtney. I appreciate your financial support. I also appreciate how you're essentially crying about cyberbullying here as you tell your 200,000 Instagram followers to go mad flag.
This is another thing that I really fucking hate about people like this, is that they constantly cry about being victims, but the moment that anybody criticizes them, they will collectively work to deplatform and destroy this person's entire online presence. They will, like, and that's one thing that I said the other day. Remember back when I was criticizing
Motherfucker.
the counterfeit thing? And then that other girl made a tweet. She's like, I can't believe he would say that. He shouldn't be able to do that. That's so wrong. Like, special interest disability? Yeah, I guess so, right? But, like, all I'm really trying to get at here is that they have no problem bullying and attacking other people, but they want to be the ones that have the decision-making capability to do it. That's really it. They play victim while bullying people? Yes, exactly.
Bomb and harass a creator who is defending himself against you abusing the copyright system on YouTube. How are you the victim? And keep in mind that the result...
Yeah, and also, like, don't you think that her fans are going to send this guy weird messages? Of course they are. And, like, bad messages. Of course. That's what happens whenever you criticize anybody on the internet.
Of her post was that I received a shitload of negative comments from her followers.
Yeah, of
really
course.
leading by example by showing that you think that bullying is wrong. Again, I love how this all parallels the Alienation drama, where she essentially did the same thing. She complains about being harassed while at the same time tells her followers to harass me, cries to Noah Sampson about it so he would
there it is. Yep.
Tell his followers to harass me, and says thank you to, and gives no pushback to a friend who said I should kill myself.
Ah, there we go. What a surprise. See, this is one of the reasons why I talk about these issues, is that I hate these people. I really do. And I like to make videos about it and expose them because I know that it is the pushback that they are terrified of. And they've bullied enough people on the internet to never criticize or push back against them, but I'm just not one of them. I like pushing back against them, and to the extent that they get upset about it, it makes me happy. So, that's fine. You want to be a victim? Okay. Sounds good to me.
Let me just mention that in both cases with Courtney and Alienation...
And keep in mind, they're the ones that are the bullies. They're the ones that are going out and trying to destroy people's livelihoods, get them fired from their jobs, make sure that, you know, that you're spreading lies about them. These people have no problem doing any of that stuff, but the moment that anybody criticizes them, even legitimately, they cry that they're being oppressed. No. Nope.
I pretty explicitly told my followers to not comment on the
push back and push back from much larger fan base. They get what they deserve. They do. and I enjoy being able to do it. And I'll do it as long as I can.
Or harass them or engage with them in any way. So Courtney, level with me for a second. How is it okay for you to make multiple videos saying everyone who doesn't wear a mask everywhere in public is a bad person, followed by passive-aggressively wishing disability on those who refuse to mask? Like,
Wait,
it's
if
okay.
that's not enough for you, may I remind you that repeat COVID infections are killing and permanently disabling healthy people too?
To criticize those people, but if I say I don't like
Maybe if they're
pink hair,
fat.
then you feel like you're morally justified in sending your audience to try to deplatform me.
Exactly, yes. These people don't, and this is what I've said before, the people don't want to defund the police, they want to be the police. People don't want to they don't want to stop censorship, they want to be the censors. They don't want to stop racism, they want to be the ones in charge of who gets to be racist. And once you understand that all of the language is just in service of them maintaining a power structure for themselves, everything else makes sense.
I mean, holy shit, these people are ridiculous, especially considering people like Illumination's good friend Noah Sampson, who's moved on to telling his followers to commit acts of terrorism. And wouldn't it be a damn shame if someone had an old deleted tweet from Illumination where she was encouraging terrorism in 2020? Wouldn't it be
Protest, riot, do anything that you must to make them hear and make them listen. It's actually crazy that this is what makes me so mad about like people at the government right now, is that why are these people not getting investigated? Why is this not happening?
It's horrible. If someone pointed out that poor little Illumination, who was always the victim, was cheering for innocent people having the shit kicked out of them and their property being looted and destroyed. Wouldn't it be awful if someone had an archive of when Twitter likes were still public and had a post that she liked with a bunch of buildings on fire saying no justice, no peace?
That's right.
No wonder her and Noah get along. Both of them love terrorism. But I digress. You see,
they love it until it happens to them.
What Courtney has done here with this Instagram post is not only violate YouTube's cyberbullying policy, but she also violated Google's terms of service.
Wow, what a surprise.
Anyway, as I said in the earlier video, I will be fighting Courtney's abuse of the copyright system. The way that works is that you file a counterclaim, and the person who filed the strike has 10 business days to prove to YouTube that they filed a lawsuit or the video goes back up. Since Courtney was insistent that I had broken the law, and because she said she talked to someone at YouTube...
This is actually a huge W, by the way, by this guy. I totally support him. There are people that misuse the copyright abuse system, and because of the way the law is written and the fact that it's so antiquated, like the law, DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, was made in 1998, and we're still applying it to YouTube videos today. And I think that, I mean, there's obviously a huge problem with that intrinsically, but on top of that, you have people that are using this as a way to suppress criticism from each other should be universally disliked, and nobody should be supporting this at all.
They said it was copyright infringement. I hired a lawyer. A compliance lawyer, actually. And after I finished the initial consultation, I just started laughing. Just so everyone gets to speak, any creative work that you make, like a song or a YouTube video, is by law instantly copyrighted so that people can't resell it.
Yes, this was changed in the 1970s. Before that, it had to be patented, but in the 1970s, this was changed.
Claim it's theirs, unless they want to get sued. However, there's an exception to copyright called fair use, which says that you can use people's copyrighted works for the sake of things like parody, education, or commentary, provided that your use of the work doesn't act as a replacement for it, and provided that your input on whatever you used creates some sort of transformative change that alters how people interpret it. This is what allows for doing things like a movie review and using clips from that movie without having to ask the company.
Exactly.
So I'm arguing that my use of Courtney's content is fair use.
It's obviously fair use. I mean, and she knows that, and she's not going to go to court with it. I mean, obviously.
Have to be held up in a court of law, but since I only use 10
and that's
seconds,
also another important component is that fair use is a legal defense. It's not a preemptive, kind of categorization. So in order to get a person to say that, no, it's okay for you to do that, it's fair use, you do have to have that decided by a court of law, which is what makes it so annoying.
And I gave commentary that argued against what she was saying, it's almost certain that it would be ruled as fair use. But that's not why I thought this whole thing was funny after talking to a lawyer. Now, I'm going to be brief on these specific reasons for why Courtney is screwed because I'm not trying to educate my opponent. That would be a stupid move.
Sure.
However, I will say that basically the reason
Bold of you to assume that she would be smart enough to watch a video that would help her situation. She's the kind of person that's so stupid. She's like a lot of the people that Ethan is suing. They think that they're on the right side of history, so they have some kind of plot armor that's going to prevent them from having any type of accountability.
Laughing is because the amount of damages that she's legally allowed to pursue for copyright infringement of that 10-second clip is almost nothing compared to how much it would cost to sue me. She would be putting a second mortgage on that pink house to afford it.
Jesus.
That's if she wins. However, if she loses, which is very likely, it would be incredibly easy for me to prove that her takedown was malicious, which means I can countersue for my lawyer fees, and that won't be cheap for her. So let me be very clear when I say that if somebody were to put me through a massive waste of time lawsuit like that, and didn't have the liquid cash to pay for it, I would be brutal in trying to seize every single piece of property that they value until the fees were paid. I very much believe in the fuck around
rules. You follow,
and then find out
or you
policy.
fuck off.
And if you want to get so pissy about someone criticizing your pink hair that you turn it into a legal battle, then I'll make sure that you understand why it's a stupid idea to file a lawsuit against somebody because your feelings got hurt. Because once you stop being emotional about this, you're going to realize how financially stupid this was for you. Now, as for what's happened...
No, she's not. Look at all of her plushies. She's professionally financially stupid.
So far, legally, I filed a
I love it.
and she backed down. Probably because she doesn't have a lawyer or any actual understanding of how the law works, and she doesn't want to lose a lawsuit. Actually, just for laughs, let's go over how I know she doesn't have a lawyer.
Financially stupid at a competitive level.
And told me it was copyright infringement. Instead of saying something like, "My lawyer said it was copyright infringement." Not to mention that YouTube purposefully does not take
Actually,
a legal...
no. 10 seconds of unedited footage with no overlays or edits does not qualify as fair use for unique video content. I worked in the creative space for years. I'm quite familiar with copyright laws. That's why a human rep at YouTube approved it. They're just mad that someone finally submitted a claim with their videos that could easily be removed. Unedited footage.
Stance on these issues because they don't want to be held liable. So Courtney was probably talking to a secretary.
By the way, the video was edited. The aspect ratio was changed. The videos were recorded in landscape.
I got work to do if you don't
because
mind
this
getting
video
your
is
hands
not
dirty.
in landscape. It's
Get
in
moving,
1080p.
jackass. This don't pay by the hour.
So, like, even on a technicality, she's wrong. Like, it's just, again, and this is, and like, is it a bot or representative? Yeah, it's just stupid.
AI chatbot that she thought was a human. Now, let me further emphasize how stupid it is to not consult legal counsel for stuff like this. Because Courtney 100% does not know how to shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
All right, hang on, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
So after she made that post telling everyone to mass flag my channel,
she's trying to sue
she made
people?
a YouTube community post talking about my video where people were happy to confirm that they were mass flagging my video that broke no rules, which again, violates YouTube's community guidelines. Here's evidence of that. The great thing about this post is that it helps my case for fair use. Her calling me alt-right and transphobic is a public admission that our viewpoints are diametrically opposed. Thanks, Courtney. That'll make it much easier to argue in a court of law that my commentary is transformative and fair use because
it's critical. Yes.
Arguing a viewpoint that opposes yours.
Yes, that's one of the 4 pillars of fair use. If she knew anything about fair use, she would know that, and she would have never said that. It's actually crazy. You know, there's a reason why every lawyer tells you that whenever you're in the middle of a lawsuit that you're not supposed to talk about it. Have you ever noticed that? Like, while they always say that? This is the reason why they always say that.
The great part is that she deleted this post. Another indicator that she doesn't have a lawyer because deleting evidence like that is called spoliation, and there are penalties for that in court.
True.
I mean, she'd have to be an idiot to think I didn't save it. Speaking of, Courtney had no...
He's got it. Yeah, why? Also, by the way, it is something that's looked upon very negatively. If you're found to be deleting evidence that could basically make you look bad, I mean, at that point, like, I mean, really, let's just go ahead and use a little bit of common sense here. Why would somebody want to delete evidence about themselves like that? Why would they want to do that? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they're trying to hide the truth. That's why.
No problem running her mouth all over the comment section of that post, and it would be a damn shame if somebody read through every single public comment she made and archived them. I mean, she was super arrogant about how knowledgeable she is about copyright law and how she has some sort of connections at YouTube. I guess it didn't work that well because my video is back up. Here's a comment that says, they're weird as hell for getting upset over this. Even
Too bad, huh? Too bad. Once genius, everyone's insane. Judge has common sense too. Yeah, everybody sees this.
You have a right to not be in a video if you don't want to. There they go, misgendering me again. I'm not a they, them. And no, she doesn't have the right to not be criticized. Courtney is an influencer, and because she posts herself in the public square...
Yep, and we've got... And I proved their point to a real person at YouTube. It wasn't under fair use, and they agreed. And no, they didn't agree with you, Courtney. You moron. They have to agree with you. DMCA compels them to shoot first and ask questions later. It's not, that's not even what it is. That's not how it works. That's never how it's worked.
People are allowed to comment on
Imagine being Ethan's lawyer right now. I would be so happy. This is, all you do is farm like these retarded Karens on the internet. And the only thing that's unfortunate is that I don't think that a lot of them have very much money. 2 big law cases? Yeah, exactly. And then, oh, it's ableist and transphobic comments. Right. Well, Your Honor, if you look, so this comment said I was a dumb bitch. So I think that I should win the lawsuit and he should give me all the money. Yes, okay, that's nice. This is why I asked him wanted to be a lawyer. Yeah.
If you don't want people commenting on you, then don't post stuff on the internet. Courtney responds by agreeing and saying that transphobic comments make a video not fair use? What?
This is your brain on victim mentality. That's your brain. That's how it works, guys. That's where you're at.
Did I read that right?
Yep.
Here's a comment where she's openly acknowledging that she told her followers to go harass me and how much she appreciates them doing that.
Oh,
and last but not least, you could use this comment to argue that the reason that she struck the video is because of the criticism and not because any copyright infringement was...
Yeah, the comment section was so unrelated to the serious issue. I saw they talked about your hair color, your gender identification, other stuff had nothing to do with anything. There were some hard comments to read. And that's what they do when they don't have an actual argument. Unfortunately, the original video was 100x that, and I have zero regrets getting it taken down if it stopped some of the hate for other folks on it. Should not have said that. You shouldn't have said that. Why would you say that? Even if you think it's true, you should know not to say it. That's what I think. This, yes, main character syndrome. I know. This is, we have an epidemic, and this is just going to get worse every year because more millennials are going to get into positions of power. We have an epidemic of main character syndrome millennials. And these are these androgynous, brain-dead, emotionally unstable blobs that are addicted to Pokemon, SSRIs, and anime who are trying to ruin the world. That's what we're up against, guys. That's it. And now, yes, and now Labubu's. And I understand I'm also a millennial. But I'm one of the good ones, okay? At least I think so. These other people are fucking crazy. They're awful. Yeah, I'm one of the good ones.
Admitted. Let me just emphasize that we have a ton of evidence that Courtney filed that strike in bad faith.
Of course.
And just as a reminder for those of you who haven't seen the video that she tried to silence that's called Why the LGBT Movement is Failing, note that video was primarily about predators like Lily Tino filming in the Disneyland bathrooms with children.
That's right. Yes, of course. Yes. And the transphobia is coming from, oh, that's right, filming children and talking about getting, trans surgery in a public space with children in the background. Yes, that was the criticism. Why do you have such an obsession with going into women's bathrooms? I've been into a woman's bathroom before. It's the same as a man's bathroom, except they don't have urine. It's the exact same thing. They're not cleaner. It's the exact same thing. Sure, you have to clean it out. Yeah, sure. You guys ever done that? Of course.
advertising OnlyFans on a page that features Miss Rachel parody content intended for kids, and going into restaurants trying to get people fired in an attempt to go viral on TikTok, as well as her being a crazy mom in that video giving her kid medicine that will permanently sterilize him at 13 years old.
Dr. Olson had a decision.
You are in the perfect place to start on blockers.
And she
I understand that a lot of you guys really get frustrated because I'm not racist to other groups of people. It's because I can't be. But I can be racist to my group of people. Wow. It's the usual suspects. Every single time.
promises to begin giving her estrogen, female hormones, in 2 years.
Around 13. That's what I think. You're not going to wait until 16 to start. You know that, okay?
Who's the best?
Oh my God.
Bad person here. Courtney is literally defending child predators and saying I'm the hateful one because I spent 20 seconds in a video saying I don't like her pink hair and I think she's annoying. Everybody is tired of people like this. Everybody is tired of adults like this who behave like 5-year-olds wagging their fingers and telling everyone what to do.
Yes! I am sick of hearing what I need to do from a person who looks like they need to be in a padded room. If your personality is your mental disorders, I don't want to hear about what I need to change in my life from you. Holy shit.
You stop living the life you thought a proper adult should and start living for what brings your inner child joy.
I'm sorry. If your personality is your mental disorders. Oh man, that was funny.
So, when I was a younger guy, I always wanted to hold on to and remember the way I was whenever I was a kid, right? Like, I had a really great childhood growing up. Everything was really good for me. Like, I was so happy. Everything was great. And, you know, I tell people, Chibi, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, bro. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. And I did. And I had that happen a lot. And I kind of felt the same way that this girl did. And, like, I mean, obviously, I didn't do it, right? But, like, I mean, it's, you know, to an extent, right? And I think that whenever my mom died, I realized that you can't really ever actually go back. You can't, like, I'm a grown man now. I'm a grown man. I'm in my own life. And, you know, that was the old times. This is the new times. And, you know, she was then, I'm now. And that's it. And I think that the amount of coddling and and my dad, you know, was always, my dad is even, if you can believe, my dad, for however harsh I am, my dad's like 3 times as bad. So yeah, hate that feeling, seeing my dad pass. Yeah, and I think that really it was a reality check for me. It was, and I feel bad for these people in a way. But the issue that I have is that they're looking for something and they're never going to find it because it doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. Everything about it is gone. And you keep trying to hold on to this world, and you keep trying to, like, you know, it's like you're holding it so hard, and it's just, yeah, time has passed. And it was a very weird thing for me because I used to be such a sentimental and nostalgic person, and I still am in a lot of ways. But a big part of me changed after that happened, and a couple of other, you know, like big personal events happened in my life. And I stopped constantly reminiscing on being 17 years old. Because for a long time, I was like, okay, and I still believe this. I believe I was born rich, you know? I had 2 parents that loved me. I lived in a nice house, and you know, I was surrounded by my friends. We didn't have millions of dollars, but, you know, I'd trade millions of dollars to have what I had then again. But I can't do that. I can't have that happen. And so instead of what these people need to do, and this is a criticism you can leverage at me too,
is that instead of trying to recreate your own childhood, why don't you try to have kids and recreate theirs and create theirs for the first time and give them the opportunity to be happy the way that you were? Like, that's the way you're, like, that's the circle of life, right? That's what you're supposed to do. It's the same as I said before. Like, whenever I was a kid, not a kid, a young guy, I was getting food stamps. I was on food stamps. I was on food stamps and I was jacking off to fucking bullshit on the internet, like different random shit, and playing video games. That's what I was doing. That's my job. I was getting paid to sit around and do fucking nothing, right? Furry porn? I was gonna make a joke about it, but I decided that might be a weird joke, right? Especially with like kind of some of the weird stuff that's happened recently. So like, no jokes about that. But the point is that, you know, and now I'm an adult. I'm making good money. I'm making good money. Things are good for me. I'm paying it forward to the next generation of do-nothing neats. Because one of them might actually do something in the future that might make money for the next generation of do-nothing neats. And so, really, I mean, that's what's so sad about this, is it's the subversion and the of what's supposed to be the human experience. So instead of trying to recreate and give the childhood that you loved and made you so happy to your children, you're trying to relive it for yourself. There's something that's spiritually wrong about that. And I understand that, you know, I don't have any kids, right? So, like, I'm also not trying to do this either. It's something that it's really wrong. Am I crazy? Like, maybe this just came out of me, right? But I just saw the picture and it made me think about it. It really did. You're not crazy? Yeah, exactly. It's trying to live forever? Yeah, and there's a certain amount of selfishness to it, I think. There is. The center of their own universe, exactly. There's something spiritually wrong about this. I don't say that very often.
Child joy.
This is what I mean.
This is what a proper adult can look like too. Bright hair, colorful clothes, tattoos, plushes, and all. Great, you want to dress like Dora the Explorer? Go ahead, I don't give a fuck. There's no right or wrong way to be an adult. Of course there is. There's tons of wrong ways to be an adult. There's tons of right ways to be an adult. Absolutely. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, absolutely you are. Plus, life is way too dang short to live it for someone else's narrow ideals. You can do whatever you want to do. You can do whatever you want to do. But at the same time, I think that there's something wrong with it.
I just did this.
There's this kind of stuff to make you believe in biblical good and evil. There's nothing, these people are pure evil. They're not pure evil. They are, I think that they have taken permissive liberalism to its logical conclusion, which is I should be able to do whatever I want. I shouldn't have to conform to any social ideals. Everything in the entire world is completely about me, and I am the victim. I'm the main character. I'm going to be selfish with everything, and even to the detriment of other people that care about me. That's it.
To me, because I'm a child, I'm afraid of COVID, so here's this drawing I made to call you a piece of shit for not wearing a mask. You know, if you're a 28-year-old who has Peter Pan syndrome and want to play with children's toys,
raiding my fidget toys.
Eat the diet of a kindergartner and live inside of your obnoxiously...
Wait, what does it say? Exclusively eats junk food and calls it safe food. I can see why you have stomach problems. Just don't listen to any of that. It's not true at all. Safe foods. I'm always curious what other people's are.
And live inside of your obnoxiously pink house that I'm...
So that's why there's so much decor still in the front. Oh my god. And you can see that, and this is, I think this is what's so sad, man. is that you have the Christmas stockings up all year. Isn't it sad? It's sad.
Dick.
I'm sure your husband is only pretending to like because he's afraid of you. Then go ahead. It's America. Live how you want to live in private. But the minute you start bringing your childish bullshit around me is the minute that I start caring.
People have the right to have an opinion.
The minute you start pretending to be a victim as an excuse to treat people like shit is the minute I have a problem.
And that's not even considering the larger community of all disabled folks who also experience stress and dysregulation from unmet accessibility needs and living in disabled bodies in a disability-hostile world.
Right, we live in a disability-hostile world where we have a ton of accommodations and legislation to help disabled people, as well as economic support.
This is the most disabled, like this is the most friendly the world has ever been to disabled people. They used to throw them off a cliff. I don't think we really do that too much anymore, right? We don't really do that hardly at all.
Very
So I feel like things
rare
have gotten
occasions.
A lot better. Like what are the ramps for?
People who are unable to work. I mean, this chick should check out World War II Germany if she wants to see a government that's hostile towards disabled people. But ultimately...
Oh, God. And what I find to be so funny about this is that this is actually invoking, like, Nazi Germany in a way that's accurate. And anybody who's educated in this knows that.
This line of messaging is not helpful to the people that she claims to be advocating for, which is typical of activism. And I get tired of people who have made it their life's mission to infect others with philosophy that turns them into useless victims.
And as someone who's black myself and has observed a lot of the mindsets that permeate within the black community, I think that one thing that's holding a lot of us back is the victim mentality. I've never been a fan of any group of people looking at me and saying, who are you because of this and that?
Right, this victim mindset is...
No, he's completely right. I mean, the way that you empower minorities and groups of people like that to succeed is you give them the same opportunities that other people have. That's why I've always been in favor of, you know, like affirmative action based off of income. Like it's the same thing. I mean, like, and if it disproportionately helps minorities, something isn't good or bad based off of who it helps. Something is good or bad objectively. And if you're looking at, oh, well, the wrong people are getting points against them for this, or the right people are winning because of this, and that's wrong, you're not thinking about the issue, you're thinking about your agenda.
It's rampant in a lot of communities, and it's not helpful to anyone because it just demoralizes them into achieving far less than their potential.
Sure does.
Usually that results in them demanding stuff from everyone that they could have just gotten for themselves. What's worse in Courtney's case, though, is that not only will she tell disabled people to avoid assimilating into normal society as much as they're able to, but also she'll tell them to self-diagnose mental disabilities.
What is this? By the way, how do you have the money to live like this? Really? I mean, like, what the fuck is this? Pure diagnosis or being validated by another autistic person is very accurate, and that's what I recommend for those people seeking validation outside of healthcare. What is this? So it's like the N-word pass, but for autistic people? Oh, no, I can say it. No. Crazy Ted gave me the pass. This is so fucking stupid. And these are the same people, hey, by the way, the same people probably spamming, trust the science.
Abilities, which is just the worst health advice. And apparently, this is an entire trend on TikTok.
Yeah, what is this? Let me go back and read this here. Healthcare access is not universal, and systematic inequality is. It is universal to get a lot of healthcare access. If you don't think so, then go to the emergency room and see if they're going to treat you or not. Yeah, just go there. I mean, you do get healthcare access. You can be an illegal alien and they're going to treat you. That's just the way it is. Bye, friends. As I said, bro, like, this is... Like, this is what I would, this is like my last boss. You know, like, this is, whenever I imagine, like, what are you doing to be against this? Yeah, this is the last boss.
Well, you died because you're grilling indoors, you dummy.
You spend your time talking about Karens, lunatics, murderers, humans, saying what everyone else is afraid to admit. You're more experienced. The darkness might change you the same way it did Stark. So if you stare into the abyss long enough, you're worried it'll stare back into you. No, I'm not. I've already been in the abyss. I've been in the abyss my whole life. Maybe that's a little bit, you know, that's like a quote probably that you could get from like Illidan Stormrage or Light Yagami. But like, really, I mean, I've always been an asshole. I'm not worried about turning into an asshole because I already was.
TikTok.
We've seen the rise of self-diagnosed mental illness. The term neurodivergent went mainstream, which mostly referred to autism and ADHD, and it gained traction on platforms like TikTok where users self-diagnosed.
I actually think that the term neurodivergent is a very good term, and I like the term because autism is only one type of disorder. And I think that people classify any type of antisocial behavior as autism when actually there's a huge umbrella of other behaviors like that. Like, like the actual term neurodivergent, I think is a very, very good term. I like the term.
Demanded accommodations for these conditions, like
Bring back retard. I mean, I mean, again, it's called us retards. I got people that too. I mean, that's fine. I don't really use, the thing is to me, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, generally I don't really use autistic or Asperger's ever as an insult. I very rarely use, I guess I call people schizos sometimes. But like in general, like I generally, and this is not always, because as I said, I am an asshole. I generally avoid using medical distinctions as insults. I do.
Place flexibility, using their conditions as an excuse to shrug off adulthood and evade responsibility in so many cases.
Yep.
People started collecting labels like they were personality.
Neurodivergents notice everything. I mean everything. Did you notice that you're an attention seeker? Is that it?
Points, non-binary, disabled, neurodivergent, polyamorous, and became offended if others didn't properly adhere to them.
Right, taking pride in how mentally ill you are is the smart thing to do instead of getting accurate diagnoses and professional help.
Yeah.
All TikTok is doing in this respect is making people friendless and unlikable without giving them any perspective as to why people outside of the internet don't want to be around them.
You seemed really standoffish at first.
Gee, why would people see you like that?
Nobody likes you. Why does nobody like me? Wait a minute. My whole life, I've been having negative interactions with everybody that I meet. I've found the solution. It's a disorder that I can't control, and everybody else in the whole world is out to get me. Obviously. That must be it, right, guys?
Well, maybe it's because half of your videos are you telling people why they can't live how they want because it offends you, followed by using being slightly autistic or non-binary as a shield against criticism. Like, it's funny how you have perpetual victims like Courtney, but then you have people like Ricky Berwick who doesn't give a shit and can eloquently say things like, I'm Canadian.
Oh, jeez.
And you retard. It's weird how basically everyone I've known who has a disability in real life doesn't feel the need to make it their entire personality and really
No, I think that we're really we're gonna be in for a very, very interesting time when you get these guys that are quadriplegic and they've been like fucking totally paralyzed. They can only like move their tongue or something. And you finally get them a neural link and you can they can actually like express themselves for the first time. Because imagine having to sit back and just observe and watch the movie of your life play out for 20 years, 30 years, and you haven't been able to give any fucking commentary on it.
I bet, yeah, they're gonna pop off. But one guy, like, as I said, I think there was like one guy, and he was like going around, and they gave him this voice thing, and he's just going around Walmart, and he's saying that my mother has a bomb over and over. And then another guy they gave one of those fucking brain implants for. Well, what did he do? He stayed up all night playing Civilization 7 or Civ 6. Yeah, we are in for a very, very based awakening. We get some good content? Yeah, exactly.
Just wants to be treated as if they weren't disabled. But then you have people like Courtney who are out here ordering everyone around, calling people evil eugenicists for not complying with the command. People like Courtney are doing a disservice to everyone who needs help or accommodations to survive.
They do.
Fireworks suck because they scare.
Fireworks suck because they scare autistic people? Oh, like a dog. It's like she lives in a set of Blue's Clues.
Autistic and neurodivergent people too. 4th of July.
She lives on the set of Blue's Clues.
Celebrates the freedom.
Oh shit!
I thought that those were her friends, but I should have known better. They were just different recordings of her talking to herself.
Of a select few.
Okay, not only do we have to wear a mask everywhere, but now fireworks are bad because they offend autistic people, and the 4th of July is racist?
Right.
I have to mask every day, but you can't wear earplugs for a few hours once a year? You see what I mean?
I love this video. That is so good. You want everybody to wear masks around 24/7 when they go out in public, but they can't set off fireworks, and you can't wear earplugs for a couple hours a year. I mean, does anything display the obvious fucking self-righteousness better than that?
Literally doing everything in her power to make everyone hate autistic people. And all irony is completely lost on her.
My identity is not your Halloween costume. Well, why would I want to dress up like a retard?
He is a Korean who complains about bullshit like Halloween culture.
Also, wait. This is an anime. This is from an anime. It's called Psyche. This is the person that had no, wait a minute. Yeah, I know, wait, I know this. That person wasn't autistic. You think they were autistic? No, they weren't. How do you know? Because I saw it. How the fuck do you think I know?
Cultural appropriation, as she dresses like an anime character from Japan. So everyone's done with this. Elon bought Twitter and stopped banning people for criticizing these professional victims, and because of that, all of the other social media sites had to stop doing that to compete.
Exactly. Yes. Nobody wants these people around. They're the most obnoxious, annoying, negative, net negative people in the entire society. Everybody hates them. Nobody likes them. Not even themselves. All they want to do is, like, they hate the way they look. That's why they constantly change their appearance. They hate the fact that they're older. That's why they constantly try to live like a child. They hate everything about themselves and their own existence, but we're somehow supposed to listen to them and accommodate everything that they want. It's outrageous. It's outrageous, and I think that, again, he's right. Elon buying Twitter, that was the fucking flashpoint. That was the point where people said, finally, I don't have to play pretend with this bullshit anymore. Thank God.
Courtney, maybe it's time to learn how to ignore criticism that you don't like, or respond to it in the coliseum of ideas, instead of using the typical radical leftist below-the-belt cancel culture tactics. Because those don't work anymore.
That's right.
Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
I had no idea that this video was going to be this based. I genuinely did not even, I could not have even comprehended this. Oh my God. Let me link you guys a video. This was so good. Think before you sleep. This guy almost has 1 million subscribers. Make sure to give him a sub. Maybe we'll get him a little bit closer. All autistic people really want is for people to have basic understanding and empathy for their needs.
every autistic person is not the same. Autism is a huge spectrum. You have people that are nonverbal autism, and you have other people that are autism because they get hyperfixated on things. So just using autism as a broad term is, I think, not really very accurate. The fact is that, you know, this is the way that I treat everybody. I try to be respectful and nice to people, and I expect them to do the same thing to me. And I don't like to have people tell me what to do or push me around. That's it. And I think that's really fundamentally, at the end of the day, that is one of the things that people like this are pushing back against so much. They are so fucking tired of being told what to do. This is, oh man, I'm going to have to watch this. Not right now, but we're watching that later. And yes, I am amazed. 287 dislikes. Well, yeah, because like these, nobody likes these people. As I said, they hate themselves. These people are like poisonous flowers. They have bright colors to warn of their danger. At this point, I got everything fatigue. If you're not masking, I'm not going to be around you. Really? Was it that easy? If you wear a mask, more power to you.
Well,
But you can't tell people to wear something just to make your life easier. I think that, again, if you want to wear a mask, yeah, that's totally fine. And that's the other problem. They always want to tell everybody else what to do. And that's what I think is so annoying.
If you want a job from me,
and
you'll do
yeah,
what
I don't
you
have
told.
QE2
Can't say
fatigue
I'm
yet.
not
Yeah, neither do
surprised.
I, actually. Fun fact.
Good luck, kid.
But why do these retards have 200K followers? It's concerning. You are worried
Look
that
quick,
200,000
quicker,
people
piss
out
off
of 7 or 8 billion people are retarded. You're really worried about that? I'm not worried about that. I think that's fine.
Cha-ching! Thanks, buddy.
Now listen, the more time we give Trump to cook, the happier I am about life in general.
I got some shit work. Good luck.
Going to
You
jail.
better not
Absolute
make me
cinema.
regret
I've been
this.
calling it for a while now. I said it was going to happen. No one believed me, but we are here, and it has gotten so much better. The updates are glorious. He's spiraling, and it's beautiful. All right, you are not understanding. All right, now just to be clear, we do have evidence that our informant is actually Kaya. This is incredible breaking news. That it might be Kaya that's ratted him after the bed. No one knows. Now, just to understand, I wanted to start off this entire video with this clip. So Hassan spiraling out of his fucking mind about going to jail for treason. Right? You might not be familiar with that in Turkey, okay? But in America, we don't like treason. All right? Yeah, get the fuck out, man. Maybe flee the country. All right? That would be great. That would be sick, actually. Please do that. He ended up snitching on all of his friends. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. The downfalls of terrorist dog destroyers makes me very, very happy. All right, so this is Hassan asking a very pertinent question.
But it's so strange because like this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial, and they don't get it.
We don't get it.
They don't understand it.
We just don't get
Like,
it.
who is this for? Is the question.
Me. For me. It's for me. It's for me. That's what it's for. It's for me. I gotta say, the Jews controlling America have cooked on this one.
Question: is it for you?
Yep.
Is this helpful for you if I go to fucking prison? No.
I'm really glad you asked. Yes, actually, very much so. Thank you. It's like the same idea. Does it really benefit you if you squish a cockroach that's just in your kitchen? Like, why? Is the cockroach really bothering you? Yes, actually. Yep, and the cockroach could lay eggs, and then we could have lots of roaches, and I'd rather kill the cockroach before that shit happens.
Dude, what's up with my avatar? Is he having a stroke or something?
Yes, actually. Is it beneficial for you if I go to fucking jail? Yes. Yes. Honestly, the higher gas prices, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. What are we even talking about? The funniest part is, this is coming from Hassan Piker, a moral consequentialist. He's the type of
know what that was all about.
Sits back
Dude
and
was
cries and screams about how
dude
you
was
know,
stroking
he
out.
doesn't believe in God, and morality is all subjective, and everyone should be happy, and looting stores is fine because there's nothing inherently immoral about stealing or murder, as he supports Luigi Mangione. And he thinks that my subjective happiness at watching this roach get thrown into a slammer, he thinks that that's worth nothing. Yes, actually, because he only believes in his own subjective values, because he's a miscreant piece of shit roach. All right, but it gets so much better. Marxist propagandist Hassan Piker is panicking. Fox News is doing a victory lap on this one.
Influencer Hassan Piker might be in real trouble for
I'm just saying, I have given like a fuck ton of information on Hassan Piker to sources in the government that have reached out. Listen, I'm not saying I contributed. I would like to think that we were all part of this. Hassan Piker shocked his dog, and it was the shock that was heard around the world.
In Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a propaganda video for the regime.
That's right. Hassan Piker is doing propaganda for an actual adversary of the United States. According to the law, that is treason. That is actual treason. Doing propaganda counts as materially supporting them.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission.
There he is in Havana, Cuba, to throw a gay little festival and make believe that it's glorious there and usurp all of the electricity in the city so that kids that were in the middle of surgeries had to actually die because all the electricity was busy getting used on Hassan Piker's turbo retard gay orgy. All right, that was much more important than actually putting electricity in the hospitals that night. Congratulations, Hassan.
My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
Yeah, so this is straight up propaganda for the enemy adversarial communist regime against our nation.
One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more deadly.
For the record, the embargo is just Cuba has to buy their own shit. It can no longer be supplied free shit from like China. For the record, they're just not getting free stuff from Venezuela anymore, and they're dying because communists suck.
As time has gone on.
Yeah, now federal officials have subpoenaed Piker as part of a wider investigation into violations of U.S. laws and sanctions, which prohibits supporting Cuba's communist regime.
That's right.
Piker responded today saying
that is called terrorism, sir.
It's, quote, not great and BS and other.
Good response, Hassan. Very good. It's so good. It keeps getting better, though. Federal officials served subpoenas Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and
shit.
co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin. Dude, it's just so fucking good. All right, so Hassan Piker, shaken out of his mind. All right, now just understand, this dude was LARPing as a revolutionary. He goes on a stream talking about a violent revolution, overthrowing the establishment, you know, supporting Luigi Mangione. This dude gets a letter in the mail, and he was more shaken than Donald Trump was when he was shot in the fucking head. You know who the actual alpha Chad is.
Is not great, okay?
Oh, why
I mean,
not?
it's bullshit,
It's bullshit.
but
It's bullshit.
still not great that,
Great.
you
I
know,
disagree.
they're after your boy. They're up my ass.
W, let's go, let's go. Who knows what they'll find?
And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it,
Oh, look how
but let me
scared
blast
he
off
is.
real quick.
Oh my god! You little bastard.
We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Free me! I am a brave communist revolutionary. Free me!
Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but
Oh my god, look how scared he is.
but I'm not. You know, I'm about to be seemingly made an example of.
I sure fucking hope so.
The game is good.
Trump, I would vote for you for a fourth time. I would vote for you a fourth time if you could put this man under the jail. That would be crazy. All right, now, but it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. This guy's just sad.
And I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's not great.
It's not great at all, actually. I'm glad you bring that up. More shaken than Trump did when he got shot. Dude, this guy is such a fucking pussy. It's crazy. Now, you are not ready. You are not ready because he keeps crying about it.
I know you usually have the work of rallying the orgs you support, but in case they try to bring you to court, you should definitely consider coordinating with orgs you've been pushing and try to publicly mobilize your community, not only your defense, but use yourself as an example that the admin is hunting down real pro-American voices like Medea. Show them that your emotion goes beyond being a Twitter power user that's buddies with Elon's exes. Dude.
He's like, my audience is just retards and terrorists. Why are they being so fucking stupid?
Sometimes I welcome rotting for the rest of my life in a fucking federal penitentiary, rather than having to deal with long-term community members who have like unbelievably snide remarks, even in this fucking moment. Like, what the fuck, dude? What? You're giving me advice on something that you don't know if I'm doing or not, okay? And then also you have to.
I know you're trying to overthrow American government, but like, you just
To slap me with a fucking backhand and be like, all you technically do is just, you know, hang out with Elon Musk's exes, dude. Why don't you do some real fucking organizing? Well, bitch, I did. Okay.
Bro, this dude is an internet LARPing revolutionary in his Gucci pants, in his communist mansion, with his $300,000 Porsche, making millions of dollars. He's still going to jail for being an insufferable rogue. Bro, this would be the most unifying moment in America. Everyone would support this shit. Yes. Dude, yes. The liberals, the right wing, the far right, everyone would love this. Donald Trump, please do this. Put this man away. Rubio, if you could hear me, this guy would, if you put him in jail, you would become the next president of the United States. We know you've been revoking visas. You've been going after Islamists. This guy is perfect. He's perfect for you. You throw him away forever, you become the next president. W. Just colossal W. That would be incredible. Denaturalize him. Figure something out, man. This is perfect. Everyone hates this guy. Benjamin Netanyahu. If you could hear me, I have intel that Hassan Piker is only 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Benjamin Netanyahu. Use whatever leverage you have. Whip out the Epstein file. No, I'm kidding. But bro, this guy's going. It's amazing.
And guess what? The government was like, we're throwing your ass in jail. Fuck you. Okay, what do you want me to do? Not an ideal way to add to your lore. I know.
Cry about it.
You can't pay for this kind of publicity, fam. Okay, guys.
No! Publicity. He's gonna go to jail. Bro, that's sick. You know, bro, we got Congressman Randy Fine. I hope the easy Muslim terrorist and communist dictators is worth it at Hassan. The days of allowing your outrageous behavior to go unchecked are officially over. Hassan Piker is a jihadist. With a bunch of his famous quotes like, Hamas is 1,000 times better. Kill them motherfuckers. Let the streets soak in the red capitalist blood. America deserved 9/11. I do not support the United States of America. Overall, my favorite flag is Hezbollah. China is the country that represents everything I love. You care about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. Bro, just a couple of bangers. Bro, you know Congressman Randy Fine is watching this blue retard. Holy shit. Alright, so Hassan immediately feels like, you know, I know exactly how I can survive. I'll just snitch. I'll just rat on literally all the guys that are supporting terrorists.
I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation.
Singham?
From P.
Now, a lot of you probably don't know who Singham is. I do, because I do research on Hassan Piker's network of terrorism.
GSL, the Answer Coalition, the Co-Pink, like anything that he has ever financed.
So he is a billionaire living in China who, in my opinion, works for the Chinese Communist Party directly, who is directly financing Co-Pink and Answer Coalition and Hassan Piker's infinite jihadi communist propaganda. He is literally admitting to being bankrolled by, in my opinion, the CCP. That is who Singham is, a billionaire in China. Just understand the level of fucked he is for doing this.
And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and you know, to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen.
Not for long. You're getting deported. Oh, I can't believe he snitched on all of his guys. That's crazy. So next is him trying to make himself look better. He's like, but I defended when people did this to other people. I defended Destiny. I defended all these other people. And the fucking community notice on has not defended Destiny. Oh my god. It's just
Good
so
afternoon,
bad,
jackass. What do you want?
On the contrary, he literally is calling for
Bye.
exactly
Or
what's happening to
bye.
him to happen to other people. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on Free Cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys,
now that
and
we're
you
done
get
doing
paid.
business,
Use the QR
get
code
out
on
of
the
my
screen or
store.
click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Bro, this is so bad.
And a part of that,
Oh my God.
part of that is
Oh my God. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. He got... Dude,
Music to my
dude,
ears.
he literally got... I know this is fucking
Bro has zero
absolutely malicious.
What is this,
I
4
know
days
this
ago?
is malicious. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like 6 mil from APAC.
Oh, he got money from APAC.
Okay? Lock him up. Yes, he's my senator.
Bro. So they're like, Trump is weaponizing the Department of Justice and he's just maliciously going after political opponents. Anyway, definitely lock up Adam Schiff because I don't like him because he got money from the Jews. It's just so good. It's actually just so good that this guy has zero morals whatsoever. He has zero principles. He is just a guy blowing in the wind, supporting every communist regime he could think of, supporting every Islamic terrorist attack he could possibly figure out. And this is just him weaponizing an army of inbred retard terrorists in his chat. He might be a honeypot. The FBI might just be using him as like a honeypot to get info on all of his chatters. Who knows? All right, put them on some dossier of potential Islamic terrorists. Right, but dude, this is just crazy! Crazy! They're going after him now, and he's like, they're weaponizing it against me. Why would they do that? It's unconstitutional. He supports this, though. He literally supports this. All right, this is an old Hassan Cuba clip that's just so fucking good. It's so good.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison.
He didn't want to go to Cuba because he doesn't want to go to prison. Anyway, he ended up going to Cuba, and wow, he's gonna end up going to prison.
And unfortunately,
yep,
he's gonna run. He won't do it. No, he'll do it. But we're locked in. What's the context behind you saying U.S. deserved 9/11? It's very simple. American foreign policy and intervention in the region directly caused blowback and led to 9/11.
Bro, this clip is just perfect. It's him saying if he ever goes to Cuba, he's gonna go to jail. It's him saying that America deserved 9/11. It's so fucking good. Fox News says federal informants served subpoenas to Marxist influencer Hassan Piker. Hassan responds on Twitter, "The their country we've starved and punished." This term is an IQ test. All right, you only use this term if you're an actual 85 IQ inbred. That's the rules. I didn't make the rules. That's just the rules. But just to understand, the American government would rather try criminalizing propagandizing an adversarial government. Yes, the American government should criminalize treason. That's based, actually. This is insane. Bro, this guy, Hassan Piker, is a multimillionaire who visits brothels that had child prostitutes. He is the Epstein class. It's crazy! Alright, so just to understand, you weren't going to deliver aid to a country we've starved, alright? We're not starving them. Communism is starving them, and also you didn't deliver aid. You went there to do this gay fucking shit to advocate for communism and shit. It's just so bad. It's so bad. The craziest thing is, first him saying the American government got tried criticizing delivering aid, and this is him saying that any other government would do it anyway.
Now, U.S. aid, like, this is yet another instance where, like, again, Trump is doing something, okay, that is not necessary. Like, I feel like it's something that under different circumstances I might not have even had an issue with.
So he supports cutting off foreign aid. Meanwhile, he is crying about America not giving foreign aid to Cuba. Like, there is no position that this guy is not a hypocrite on. All right, so anyway, it gets even funnier. Next, he's crying and begging, maybe Zohran Mamdani can help him. It's the fucking mayor of New York, who, by the way, condemned him on live television, is gonna come to his defense in the federal treason case?
Well, you might need Zoran magic for this one. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I don't think Zoran Mangani is going to be doing anytime soon because I'm not a concerning incident that took place in the New York City.
Here, tough guy. Have some of that.
America, you know what I mean? Highly doubt it.
All right, highly doubted. Sentence over.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I'm wrong. Maybe Zoran, please help Zoran. I know you're just the fucking mayor in New York, but please, Zoran, please.
Apologize for the Adam Schiff comment, but this is good. I'll gladly apologize if my Senator Adam Schiff lifts a pinky finger to defend his anti-Zionist constituent and democracy. He certainly didn't when my friends were being tortured in an Israeli prison.
My friends being tortured in an Israeli prison is him directly and openly admitting that his friends are terrorists. There's no other explanation. There is no other interpretation. He's like, yeah, my friends are Hamas. Wow, this is gonna go really well.
Oh, so you're friends with terrorists? Put that down on the subpoena. So wait a minute. So he says wait, you're friends with Hamas? Whoa, wait a minute. Wait, what the fuck? Guys, why would he admit this, right? I mean, this is an investigation. Why would you say this? There's no self-reporting. Why would you say this? And why would he care if I go to an American one? Oh, right. And so this is it. Oh, my God. Is he being an informant? I guess so. Are there poly-market bets on him? I bet.
He's miserable. The spiral is so bad. So Jasmine Crawford boosts video mocking Hassan Piker after subpoena for the Trump admin for bringing food and medicine to Cubans.
That was clever.
By the way, he didn't actually do that, bringing food and medicine to Cubans. This it makes believe that he's like some sort of official news account. This is just Hassan Piker's editor. This is literally Hassan Piker's editor. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party. Literally just roasting Hassan Piker. And Hassan is like, yeah, she endorsed an Israeli agent. Unsurprising. Yeah, this is just Israel. Israel is trying to get Hassan Piker to go to jail. Can I just say, if Israel is the one pulling the strings, go Israel. Let's fucking go. Maybe Israel needs more control over America. That's what I'm saying. All right. If they're the ones doing this is miraculous. You know, begging for Zoran's help. But dude, it's so bad. So Rick Scott, a guy who, by the way, Hassan Piker called for his death on his stream. He's getting in his hits. Good. Hassan Piker and Code Bink went to Cuba, stayed in 5-star hotels, cozied up with thugs in the communist regime, completely ignored the innocent political prisoners being starved and tortured. They should be thoroughly investigated and held accountable for any laws broken while doing so. Thank you, U.S. Treasury. Hassan Piker responds, but you did Medicaid fraud. But you did Medicaid fraud. Bro, it's so fucking bad. Hassan Piker, once again, trying to come up with some other way to throw other people under the bus. All right, so we got Hassan Piker says Fox News fell for a fake tweet that he stayed in a sanctioned hotel in Cuba, which I think he did. There is an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed in a hotel that Americans are not allowed to stay in. It wasn't me though. It was Nick Shirley. That's right, Nick Shirley, an American patriot, fighting for American people, totally the same as a Turkish roach, terror-supporting retard who's constantly calling for violence on his streams and supporting communist regimes that we are literally facing. Nick Shirley was in Cuba getting trailed by 2-star generals where he had to flee the country under the threat of his life. All right, they confiscated his gear and they scared the shit out of him. You were literally propped up by the communist regime where they set up little gay music videos for you and your gay friends. All right, just understand, he was not out there committing treason. You quite literally were. Bro, it's crazy.
I had to break my fucking ankle.
He's trying everything.
We obviously didn't stay at a fucking hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a fucking idiot or because, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state.
Nick Shirley, the guy exposing people in the government for doing fraud, is an agent of the state. The guy who exposed hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud that the government has been trying to cover up is an agent of the state.
Did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him.
Bro, this guy's actually fucking retarded. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, so this is him crying. The Democrat. It's just so good. So one of the major Senate candidates that Hassan Piker has been supporting lately is a guy named Graham Plattner. He's a retard that's basically talked about how he wishes American troops would have been killed by the Taliban and he actually had a Nazi tattoo on his body. Like, not something that could esoterically be decided as a Nazi tattoo, an actual Nazi tattoo that after getting exposed, he had it covered up. All right, so look at this one.
I find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualifying. I hope Maine voters agree with me. I think it would be a mistake for the Democratic Party to think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this country.
Wow. Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much for being with us.
All right, so this congressman is like, yo, we should not be electing this guy. This is a Democrat saying, yo, maybe we shouldn't elect the guy that's calling for the death of our soldiers and also literally having Nazi tattoos. Hassan Piker be like, Israel first Democrat. Bro, I don't even know what to say. This has nothing to do with Israel. This is incredible. It's incredible. This guy is actually fucking retarded. It's honestly shocking, man. Bro, like this guy is going crazy. You do not understand. This is a glorious crash out. It is so bad. All right, it gets even worse. So after Hassan Piker realizes that obviously the entire right wing is united and celebrating over the fact that this fucking retard, terrorist-supporting dipshit communist is going to jail, all right, he was then shocked that these center-left people, like the average liberal, also is celebrating him going to jail. Every centrist blue MAGA who celebrates these subpoenas is a fucking moron. They think you're all communists. They're coming for you too. That's right. Hassan Piker is the shield for every moderate Democrat. Kabul and Hillary lost to Trump because they tried to present themselves as moderate establishment candidates. It was the Dem Party's failure that gave us Trump twice. The Dems and its free consultants on this website are entirely out of touch with the base and diametrically opposed its demands. Pro-Israel Dems have no real constituency. It's insane how this is about Israel. Like, it's actually insane that this is about Israel. We represent most of the political and the media class. Blue MAGA is crying a lot lately because the left flank candidates that are and anti-Israel are winning insurgent races and the Dem primaries, and this makes a lot of blue MAGA scared. After I posted on Twitter and it didn't work, well, maybe Trump can take part of my problem. That's right. My guy, this is literally you saying that you support Donald Trump jailing Adam Schiff because you didn't like him because they got money from AIPAC. All right? You are not sitting here and making believe like you have some principled stance against locking up treasonous psychopaths. All right? This is fucking insane.
How did you get, now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
The party that has like these terrorists fucking running around and shit. I don't actually like that. Nick Fuentes coming back into the fold, right? Like, this man used to say we're voting Democrats and shit. If Trump wants to win us back, or he's talking about all of the, like, the right-wing guys that are, like, against Trump's Iran war and shit, putting Hassan Piker in prison forever would be a good start. Donald Trump, listen! Do it for Nick Fuentes, please! Reunite the right! Everyone can be back into the fold. We would all agree, bro. Nick Fuentes fucking hates this guy. It's amazing.
I look at a guy like Hassan. You cannot. How fucking dare you try to get on moral high ground? You are a roach.
Yes.
You are an animal abuser.
Yes.
You are an idiot.
Yes.
And you are human garbage.
That's right.
Fuck you.
Yes.
And you're a hypocrite. You go in on your live stream, you cry about, I hate the left, I hate socialism.
It's just cinema watching everyone come together. It's so beautiful. Only the Donalds can unite people so well. This man, he's still got it. Bro, everyone,
to go to jail. This was Nick last month.
Bro.
What needs to come of this is Hassan Piker needs to go to jail.
Oh, we've all been saying it.
We don't need a White House ballroom. Fuck your ballroom.
Bro, we have all been saying it. I'm just
Why
saying,
can't we have
I'm
both?
saying, we could unite over this shit. Like, we could forge bonds in this retard going away. Now, there are some people that are against this, and I'm going to show them to you. Sneeko, Islamist. Regardless of our differences, I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. All right, very cool, very cool. Pretty insane stuff. All right, who else? Myron Gaines, another Islamist. If a son gets arrested, it's a matter of time they start doing the same thing to other people. That's why I don't want to say. So let me get this straight. The only two people that I could find on the entire internet that don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail are two Islamists. It's a coincidence. It's probably a coincidence. All right. It's why many liberals are siding with the Trump ads and over siding with the socialists, bro. Bro, all of the the people with Trump derangement syndrome are literally singing Trump's praises because he's putting these people away. Meanwhile, what's happening in Turkey, which Hassan Piker doesn't want to talk about, in Turkey, by the way, opposition parties are getting raided, critics are getting silenced, they claim to be some sort of democracy, and they are a fucking shithole. And guess what? population is going to increase because they're going to be getting a roach from America very soon. Hassan Piker, you fucked around. Now you are finding out.
I don't even really know how to say this without feeling like I'm living in like some kind of like weird dystopia. But now your refrigerator that you've paid thousands of dollars for is going to be serving you ads. That's right. That's right. You're getting ads for being in a for buying a refrigerator.
Can we talk about why there are ads on my Netflix that I pay for? Or my Prime? Like, excuse me.
Because you're paying for it. You just answered your own question. Why are they doing the thing to make more money that I keep giving them money for? Because you keep giving them money.
The point of paying for a subscription service and not have ads.
There's no way of escaping Myrtle Beach pirate ads?
What does a guy have to do to watch a video without getting 45 seconds of unskippable ads in your face?
You just download fucking ad blocker. Like, we have a big problem. Like, that's a young guy, right? This is what's happened with computers. And tell me if you guys feel like this is kind of where. So give me a minute. Let me show you this. So.
Alright, for some reason I need to hold all that shit together.
Okay, wait a second. 50.
Fucking back.
So what's happened is that we've had a problem where basically boomers are 100% retarded with computer. Millennials are, let's say, 20% retarded with computer. And now, as Gen Z has computers and Gen Alpha has computers, now they are also reaching, once again, 100% retarded with computer. Because computers are so good now that you never have to diagnose and troubleshoot problems, because the computers do it themselves. They have their own internal diagnostics. Here's a great parallel that skips us. Like now, here's a parallel that puts us here. Cars. Your car has a problem. What do? If you've got a new car, you take it down to AutoZone and you have them read the error code and they tell you what's wrong with it. Well, I'm old enough to remember that whenever my car had a problem, my dad opened the fucking hood and he figured out what the fuck the problem was. And so in the same way that a lot of us are smarter than our parents with computers, our parents are smarter than us with cars, because we had to fix our computer problems and they had to fix their car problems. But now with young guys and young people out there, they don't have to fix their computer problems or their car problems. They don't have to do shit. That's it. And so that's what's happening. That's a big issue. This is totally beside the point, but it's a big issue. Was your dad good with computers? My mom said that one day, my dad said that his hands will never touch a keyboard. That's the way he felt about computers. He said these hands will never touch a computer.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell.
Oh, they got a big ad.
Who do we have to sue to get...
Please, go to the Las Vegas fucking bubble thing.
At last ads on YouTube? Because I'm convinced at this point it's like headed into a direction where we're gonna have like 20 seconds of the video and then 30 seconds of ads.
Samsung just announced that the refrigerators will now show you ads while you're cooking dinner on a screen that costs $3,000.
I'm sorry, but like, if you buy a refrigerator that sends you ads, you are a dick-eating retard. That's it. You're a dick-eating retard.
Americans saw 500 ads daily in the 1970s, but today
500?
that number is over 5,000 ads. And executives are just getting started. Let me show you exactly what Samsung is doing. To enhance our service and offer additional content to users,
What's a good route to
advertisements will be
take?
displayed on the cover screen for the weather, color, and daily board themes. What do you mean additional content to users? What user
You know what,
is
I'm gonna take this
asking
road
for
and see if I can
additional
go around
content
the
in the
city,
form of advertisements
uncover
playing
some
on
map.
their refrigerator screen? And of course, Samsung claims this is for your convenience. Speaking of which,
Look at
this
that.
video is sponsored by...
Big old loot bag just
Just
laying
kidding,
there.
I don't do sponsors. This is one of the
Minding its own
refrigerators
business.
receiving the ad updates. Bespoke AI 4-door flex. I don't know why they're naming these things as if they're car models, but the price is $3,000.
$4,000 for a fucking refrigerator? That's a computer.
$399. At least that's what it says today, because yesterday when I looked at this exact model, it said $2,949, and I wrote that number.
AI vision inside? Wait, so the refrigerator has AI vision? What the fuck?
Down in preparation for this video. So that tells me that they're actually doing dynamic pricing, maybe even AI dynamic pricing. If we look at some...
All of them do this based off of, they do it through IP address, telemetry based off of income in the area. They totally have this mathed out to a science, and they can calibrate the exact price point that they think they can generate a sale at. It's super common. Anybody that knows anything about advertising knows all about this. It's just regional pricing on steroids, basically.
One of the selling points of owning this very expensive refrigerator, one of those is AI vision inside. You can keep track of what's inside. Yeah, so can the company. This review says, help me please. Last upgrade put advertising and news streaming across my fridge.
So, yeah, no, she's right about that. So in the UK, what they're probably going to do in 3 years is that if you have more than 3 things of ice cream in your house, in your freezer, your smart refrigerator will be able to tell that. They'll send that information to the UK government. The UK government will come and arrest you and put you in jail for eating too much ice cream. Yeah, it's going to be a charge. It should be illegal, exactly.
I do not want ads or
Which,
news.
by the way, I'm joking about this, but I'm not completely joking about it. I think that there's a world where that happens. I'm being serious.
In the sanctity of my kitchen. This is the Silicon Valley playbook. Take something that works, add Wi-Fi and a screen to it,
Yes.
then sell back a worse version than what you
For
already
twice as
had,
much.
now with advertisements.
Today's episode of I Wasted My Money So You Don't Have To, I give you this fridge. Let's go over it. It also has this AI system that scans your food in and out every single time. But let's see what the AI system thinks that I have in my fridge. Click this button here. Oh, look at all this lovely stuff. Lovely. Do you see this?
This would be pretty good if, like, you were a girl and you were worried that, like, your boyfriend was cheating on you. You could get one of these, this AI thing, and that way you would be able to tell if his side hose were getting into the refrigerator or not. Because you see, like, it takes a photo of a person's hand.
Aspen
And so
Gold
then you can
just
see their
sold like
hand, and it's
thousands
like,
of
if it's got, you
refrigerators.
know, it's like, well, why was there a hand here with like pink, fingernail polish on it? And it's because he's cheating on you. You see what I'm saying?
Picture here. This picture here is my husband's head as he leaned into the fridge. What does the fridge think it is? An avocado.
Your husband's an avocado. Okay.
Thanks.
But Samsung
Sure.
is doubling down. They plan to put more screens on all of their home appliances, and this
Ooh,
allows them to
exciting.
do 2 things. 1, they can have AI and upsell for these products,
Yeah.
and 2, they can show
This is the type of AI that we were looking at the other day about how a lot of companies incorporate AI, but they're just doing it as a buzzword without it actually increasing the value proposition of the product. I think this is a perfect example of that right here.
We're now seeing screens on washers, dryers, microwaves, ovens. Imagine walking through your home and every appliance now has a screen playing an ad. I mean, this is where Samsung and many other companies are taking it. But this is where it gets interesting. The company Vizio offers smart TVs, but that's not actually their business model. In 2023, Vizio's Platform Plus, this is the ads and streaming portion of their company, had gross profits of $365 million, but their TV sales actually lost money.
Smells like somebody's burning scrambled eggs.
How this happens. Look at this.
Hybrids absolute how you like the moon mod.
65 to 70% margins.
It's pretty cool.
So I can't give you guys any numbers of like any of the margins that like I know about. But
Right now I'm heading out to the burnt forest.
That is a ridiculous fucking margin. Most businesses operate around
That's a dead end,
10
so I gotta
to
head
30%
this way and find
margin.
another road.
That is insane. 65 to 70% margin. Wow. 10 to 20? Well, I was adding in some tech companies, but sure.
$65 million, but their TV sales actually lost money at negative $8.6 million. This is stunning because that literally means each TV they produce, they lose money on.
This is not McDonald's, excuse me. This is the basically the same thing. Xbox model as well. Is that like PlayStation? A lot of consoles were loss leaders, and the games and the peripherals were what really made money back.
They're using these TVs as a means to get into customers' home, because once they're in the home, that's where the real money comes from. The TV is being used as an advertising platform. Jeep owners have started seeing ads pop up in their infotainment system. These ads
Purchase peace of mind. Mopar vehicle protection maximum care plans are factory backed to offer you peace of mind in case of a mechanical breakdown. Press the call button to speak with a specialist. Odometer must be less than 36,000 miles to purchase. This right here doesn't bother me a lot because it reads as if it's basically AAA. So I don't know enough about this to criticize it at this current point in time. Now, I would, like, in my opinion, any type of functionality at a car that a car has being locked behind a paywall, I think is a legitimate, and I'm not using this word hyperbolically, dangerous precedent to set that should not be allowed at all. Would you like a warranty ad, basically? Yeah. I think that the company trying to sell you a warranty for your car through something like this is not insane.
are wanting these Jeep owners to extend
and
their...
it should be illegal, by the way. It should just literally be illegal. Like my car, for example, tells me when it's time to come in for an oil change, or when it's time to, you know, go in for an inspection.
warranty. It's basically an upsell from a company called Mopar. Imagine this pops up in your car and you're trying to read and...
Somebody said, could you explain margins? Okay, real quick, I apologize for interrupting. I'll just go back 5 seconds so, you know, I'm not getting in the way of this. So a margin is the amount of money you make on something. So like, let's say that you sell something for $1 and let's say $100. It's easier that way. For $100 and it took you $30 to make. Well, you just have a 70% margin, because 70% of the money that you're making is profit. So 30% is operating costs. It's like the difference between gross profit versus net profit. So gross profit is, well, basically it's revenue versus profit, gross versus net. It's basically that's the percentage of money that you are making after you remove all of the expenses that it took to cost to make the money. So that's the amount of money that you're actually taking home yourself for the sale, not money that you had to spend in order to make the sale in itself. Please put ads on my Starforge. Okay. I'll let them know to do that, okay. I'll have it be like on the little plate there, I'll have it be like, hey, you want to buy a banana from the grocery store? They're on sale right now.
an upsell from a company called Mopar. Imagine this pops up in your car and you're trying to read and see, what does this even mean? What is this about? What's happening to my vehicle? Only to figure out that it's an ad, and then you have to try to figure out how to close this as you're driving down the street. And actually, for a lot of drivers, these keep popping up and they won't go away. So the driver will click OK or click out of it, but then a few minutes.
Here's the problem. Let me go back and replace this. So here's the problem with a picture like this, is that, let me go back, I'll show you. And the problem is that both of these answers, Bluetooth call, is actually yes. And then okay is yes, but later. That's it. So it's either yes now or yes later. The only way that you can actually opt out of this is by pressing the X. It's blatant manipulation.
It's too cloudy to see the moon.
Later, it's popping back up, and it's very distracting. I mean, they're effectively encouraging distracted driving. I was actually curious, how much are people paying for these vehicles that are now showing them advertisements?
Yeah.
The base model for a 2025 Jeep Wrangler is $34,000 MSRP, and for their most expensive model, it's $101,000.
That's the one that's going to have the
Can
shit
you
in it.
imagine paying $100,000 for a vehicle that is now showing you advertisements as you're driving 75 miles per hour on the freeway?
Well,
Executives
you won't
really
have to, because you'll be dead, because you'll get in an accident because you were distracted. I do think this kind of stuff should be very tightly regulated. Like, we already have laws about, like, using your phone while you're driving, for example, right? And this is a good thing. Like, I use my phone while I'm driving on it all the time. But, like, I try to do it whenever I'm, like, not actually, like, driving. I'm, like, at a stoplight or something like that. The fact is that this is obviously unsafe. This is unsafe space. And what I'm worried about, especially in the U.S., I think Europe, you guys are going to have to do this because we won't do it. Is that in the U.S., I think that because the auto industry is so big and corporations have such a stranglehold on the government, that we won't accurately and fairly implement limitations for this. And because we won't implement limitations, this will just get worse and worse and worse.
wake up every morning asking
That's what I think
themselves,
is gonna
how
happen.
can they squeeze more and more profits out of us consumers? And while your TV is watching you at home, Ford has plans for your commute. 4 years ago, Ford was awarded a patent to show you ads while you're driving. The patent is called Built.
They should have, instead of a patent, what they should have gotten was a sentence. Like a prison sentence.
Board interfaces for vehicle displays. The cameras at the front of the vehicle would scan for billboards and then show those billboards as an advertisement in your infotainment system. Not only that, the patent includes a SketchUp of a hot dog stand that says no ketchup, so you can't order.
The fuck would you not want ketchup?
Through this, there's a
'Cause you're
phone
from
number and
Chicago.
address
Fucking a lid on the drink.
and effectively an order of
Place
some type
sucks.
of meal. Imagine Ford owners driving down the interstate when their vehicle identifies a billboard for McDonald's and then displays that.
Wait a minute. How does that not encourage people to break the law by using their phone? If you're showing people phone numbers while they're driving, well, I don't know if I can really use that logic, because then you would see billboards, and then billboards, I don't know. But this is bullshit, okay? This is bullshit, hands-free. No, it's fucking bullshit. We need to get rid of this. It's outrageous. I don't care what the logic is. This is bullshit.
An ad to them in the car with a little button that says order now. Imagine the driver next to you distractedly trying to order a Big Mac as they're doing 70 miles per hour.
To be fair, I don't have to imagine that. I've seen hogs on DoorDash. Like, the amount of online shopping that I've seen people do is just absolutely fucking insane. And so 2 Big Macs. No, I'm telling you, yeah, just like there's a fatty in a van next to me that's just fucking panic ordering, McDonald's milkshakes to their house. That's it, man. Uber Eats, yeah, they're Uber sized too. No, I've seen this. There was actually a time I was out to dinner and I was sitting next to a girl and I looked at her phone. I was obviously eavesdropping, and I see that she's just fucking ordering jewelry, and she's just spending money like crazy. Like, we're out here having a meal and she's just fucking shopping, ordering shit nonstop.
I'm like, you're spending like hundreds of dollars doing this shit. I'm sitting right now. What is the fuck is going on? You're triggering me, yes.
Ford thinks distractive driving is innovation, but at least you still have control of your vehicle.
This, by
At
the
least
way,
for now.
will not be a long-term problem because by the time that we're old, we're not going to be allowed to drive our cars anymore. That's right. You're not going to be allowed to drive. It will be illegal for you to drive a car in 20 to 30 years, if not sooner. Actually, it will probably be illegal for you to drive a car in 50 years. It will be disincentivized in 20 or 30.
Now, here in Sweden, some of our public bathrooms have mirrors that have displays in them, and the
That's what's gonna
display
happen.
is continuously showing ads. So as you're looking at yourself and washing your hands in the bathroom, you can't even really see yourself. You just see ads continuously playing. And it's quite annoying when you also factor in that you have to pay to use the bathroom.
So you have to pay to use the bathroom to see ads that are on the mirror in the bathroom? This is like paying to have somebody kick you in the balls. I know some people are into that, but I'm not. This sounds like real bullshit to me. This is ridiculous. This is idiocracy. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Yeah, well now he lives at your house.
Unlock Life Premium, so you can see the sunset the whole way through. And if you upgrade to Life Enhanced, we'll show you what the sunset actually looks like. And if you upgrade to Life VIP, we'll show you what the sunset
I did not
looks
see
like.
that gate.
But this time, for real. This
Oh,
commercial
wow.
is over, but I'm still going to make you wait a little longer, just for fun.
And naturally,
Man.
it seems like OpenAI is going to
Great time.
monetize their users' thoughts. I saw something suspicious in one of Sam Altman's recent tweets. His ChatGPT has orders in the sidebar, orders as in
Base, by the way. Like, just unfathomably based. No puppers, no doggos, no friendos, no, I think that's a good start.
purchases.
Done.
Everyone else's ChatGPT doesn't have that.
Those are the real slurs. We're gonna bring back the F word and we're gonna make doggo like a slur. You won't be able to say it on Twitch. That's right.
At least not yet. Then I discovered this. Companies can upload their product.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to say the N word, but you won't be able to say adulting.
Oh, come on.
If you say adulting, you go to jail for hate speech because I hate hearing.
Well,
that
I
fucking
guess
word.
I'm logging out. It's that
That
time
belongs
anyways. I gotta
directly
do
to
some grocery
OpenAI,
shopping.
and OpenAI
I will
claims
see you
these
guys
aren't
later. I'll
ads,
be
that they're
back on by 5
recommendations.
o'clock.
But here's the thing.
I will talk
OpenAI
to you
is
guys
set
later.
to run through 100